I'll pass it on to 2 friends, and they'll pass it on to 2 friends, and maybe we can actually live in a wonderful world. Trees of green, red roses too, I see them bloom for me and you, and I think to myself, what a wonderful world. I see skies blue, clouds are white, bright blessed day, the dark sacred night, and I think to myself, what a wonderful world. The colors of the rainbow, so pretty in the sky, are also on the faces of the people going by. I see friends shaking hands, saying, how do you do? They're really saying, I love you. Colors of the rainbow, so pretty in the sky, are also on the faces of the people going by. I see friends shaking hands, saying, how do you do? They're really saying, I love you. I hear babies cry, and watch them grow. They'll learn much more than I will ever know. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. Thank you very much, and thanks to the City Hall for an unusual solo in the middle of that song. My name is Mary Rankin. This is my friend John Peterson on the guitar. I'd like to thank Mike Tully and Kirsten for doing a great job of sound. They're going to be here all night with you guys doing the Earth Peace Camp thing, and so hang out and have a good time, and let's make a lot more peace on this beautiful world of ours.
Thank you guys very much. That was a beautiful start to the Earth Peace Camp. We have a whole bunch of speakers who are going to be speaking. Our first speaker of the night is going to be Lynn Gorman of the Council of Canadians. The Council of Canadians has been doing really good work in trying to bring awareness to a lot of things that are going on in this country. And they're really worthwhile to have a listen to. So here's Lynn Gorman.
Thank you. I would like to thank Ken and the organizers for inviting me to today's event. And Ken has asked me if I would address the issues of peace and the environment. No small task. So I'm going to give you an overview of the Council of Canadians' position on the war in Iraq and the presence of our military in Afghanistan. And following this, I will address the issue of water scarcity and security here in Alberta, Canada, and internationally. The Council of Canadians abhors the violence in the Middle East and supports the general call for a ceasefire. Now, we haven't come out and said anything or written a statement because there's so many other groups leading the way, and we are supporting them and don't want to stand in their way, but definitely support them. With regard to Afghanistan, as a number of soldiers, Canadian soldiers that are killed or wounded in Afghanistan grows, and as humanitarian crisis in other parts of the world, including Darfur and the Middle East, worsen, and as Canada's international reputation for independence and the promotion of peace suffers, the need for the Canadian government to revise its foreign and military policies becomes more urgent each day. The Council of Canadians believes that Canada must move away from its increasingly uncritical support for and integration with the United States foreign and military policies. We must reclaim the more enlightened, valued role of an independent, neutral power committed to peacekeeping. The more Canadian military policies mirror the policies of the United States, the less they will serve the best interests of both Canadians and the world. The Council of Canadians is therefore calling for an immediate, safe, and orderly withdrawal of Canadian troops from Afghanistan and a return to Canada fulfilling its traditional role of peacekeeper. At this point, I want to tell you, when the government was holding their hearings on whether or not to go back into Afghanistan and for how long, I called my MP, Laurie Hahn, and I said I objected to this. And he said to me, well, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to disappoint you because I'm voting in support of this. And I said, Canadians need to be peacekeepers. His response to me, and I want you to keep this in mind, Laurie Hahn's response was, there is no such thing as peacekeeping anymore. I disagree wholeheartedly. Only as a promoter of peace and an upholder of peacekeeping can we hope to perform the constructive, independent role required of us in the world. The Council supports the recent call by several organizations for a pan-Canadian day of protest on October 28th, demanding that our Canadian troops be brought home from Afghanistan. So please keep that date in mind. So in our world today, how do we develop a global consciousness of peace? There are many thoughts and philosophies on this, and I don't pretend to be an expert by any means. But I do believe that it begins with each one of us taking it upon ourselves to live our lives in a peaceful manner. We must start within ourselves and move on to our families, our communities, our province, our country, and internationally. The link between peace and the environment is a very close one, especially if we look at water issues. If the basic needs of an individual are not met, how can they practice peace within themselves? The most basic need of an individual is the need for water, and yet, Canada does not recognize the right to water as a legal entitlement under the United Nations International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. The Canadian government's refusal to recognize water as a right, it begs the question, why? In the prairies, we've been warned by Dr. Schindler of the impending drought that will make our prairie provinces look like a desert. In Alberta, the amount of water being used by the energy sector in developing the oil sands is anywhere from 4 to 10 barrels of water per barrel of oil, depending on who you talk to. For every barrel of oil extracted, about 1 ton of sand and 1/4 to 1/3 of a ton of wet tailings are produced. Now those tailings just lie around out there. And I've lived in Fort McMurray for 28 years and I can attest to this. To be fair, those companies doing in situ mining, steam injected, say that 90% of the water is returned to the source. But that's the company saying that. Now wish for you, add in all the hog barns, the factory farms, the cattle feedlots, coal bed methane drilling, oil and gas drilling, irrigation, agricultural use, urban development, and you get a whole nother perspective of the future of water in the prairies. Water is vital to people's health and livelihoods. There's no national strategy to address the urgent water issues and no federal leadership to conserve and protect our water. The federal water policy is over 20 years old. It is time for the Government of Canada to implement a comprehensive national water policy. Oil is also known as black gold. Water is also known as blue gold. My fear is that in the future, the next war will not be fought over oil, it'll be fought over water. I encourage you to log on to the Council of Indians website, www.canadians.org, and click on to their national and international water campaigns. Thank you very much, and peace be with all of you.
Thank you very much. We have our next speaker. It's an honor to have Alberta New Democrats environment critic David Egan, MLA. And how appropriate we have the environment critic to speak today. I'm going to move this.
Well, thanks so much, Avril, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here to speak on the commemoration of the 5th anniversary of the September 11th events that we all somehow experienced together, that took place in Manhattan and in Washington and in Pennsylvania. And yet, I think we all share a certain memory, or memories about those events 5 years ago. And coming together like this 5 years later to share ideas and to share each other's experiences is a way by which we seek resolution to events such as these. Because when we did see on the television and listen to on the radio 5 years ago was indeed a horrific event, watching thousands of people being murdered and destroyed before our own very eyes, and a huge piece of the sky, of the New York skyline, suddenly disappearing and leaving a permanent hole there, a scar of blue sky where it wasn't meant to be there before, and I think is in its absence an idea of what is missing again now 5 years later in our own hearts, in our own society. Almost 3,000 people were killed that day, mostly Americans, but also 24 Canadians killed in the airplanes and in the towers of the World Trade Center. We even had a local connection, Mace Bailey, a former star from the Edmonton Oilers and a scout who had the misfortune of being on one of those planes that was crashed into the World Trade Center towers, the first one, I believe. As well, all of us shared in some way, because of course all of the planes across North America were immediately grounded, and so we had dozens of planes landing here at Edmonton International Airport, and people were put up in the hotels around here in the days afterwards, while we try to make sense of the situation and try to seek some resolution as well. Since the war commenced this war on terror has commenced almost 5 years ago, the most conservative figures that I could find have now said since that time that more than 62,000 people have been killed. Over 4.5 million refugees have been created. And just one country alone, the United States, spent enough money to wipe all of the debt of the third world nations put together over these last 5 years during the war on terror. It's important for us to define what this war on terror is in no uncertain terms, so that we can look for a way to seek resolution, because although human beings have fought wars since time immemorial, the key, I suppose, or the thing that we look for as peaceful, loving people, is resolution to the war, the end to the war somehow, because ultimately, if there is blood being shed and property being destroyed, lives being uprooted, then it's our responsibility and our desire to see resolution, an ending to that sort of thing. And so what I would like to speak about here today is the responsibility that each of us have in regards to seeking resolution, seeking an end to the war on terror. It's our responsibility of civil society to halt terrorism in its tracks. We all have a stake in pulling the world back from what has been called apocalyptic nihilism that this World Trade Center and Washington and Pennsylvania event represents. Our first responsibility is to understand what is this war of terror, of terrorism being waged, so that we can shape it back to the peace and security that we all so desperately crave. First of all, it's important to understand that this sort of new war, this war of terror, is not designed necessarily for military victory. Its goal, first of all, is political mobilization. Each act of violence is designed to expand networks of extremism and to attract new recruits from this act of terror. Battles are rare, and violence is so often directed against civilian populations. To build a counter-strategy towards fear and hate, one must find within our own hearts the basic concepts of tolerance and inclusiveness and equality. The opposite, intolerance, exclusion, we have had enough of those to fill us with overflowing these past days and months and years. And the threat to democracy has never been more acute as a result. On Tuesday morning, 5 years ago to the day, a large piece was torn out of our world. And it is the responsibility of each of us as individuals and together as a peace-loving and a just and a democratic society to find resolution, to find ways by which we can end the war on terrorism. We can begin to fight the war towards equality, towards social justice, towards a sense of responsibility for every single individual, not just in our own country, but across the world. Whenever you have violence, violence only begets more violence. I've not seen anything else in my own short life, and I'm sure you haven't either. And so, as we wrestle with events that continue to take place and unfold, sometimes very quickly here in Canada and around the world, let's not forget what our first principles are that built this country in the first place, which is a sense of peace, a sense of justice, and above all, a sense of equality for all people in Canada and across the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David Egan. Wouldn't it be great if we had more elected representatives in Alberta like that? Alberta New Democrats, environment critic David Egan. Thanks. Next. Next, we have the Northern Alberta Society on Race Relations representative, Charlene Hay. Thank you.
Afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure for me to be here. I've noticed from the other speakers, we're talking about creating a culture of peace, and then we go off to talk about a bunch of problems. So it seems we have a way to go before we do get to this place where we have a culture of peace. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and talk about a problem, a big problem, I think. I'm going to talk about the role of anti-racism in creating a culture of peace. After September 11th of 2001, I remember an interview with Jerry Adams, leader of Sinn Féin, and whose life work was to create peace in Northern Ireland. He said in this interview, "We are very mindful that there can be no peace in the world without justice." I would say that while racism exists, we do not have justice and we cannot have peace. The word race didn't come into the English language until about 500 years ago. And I think it was created to help justify the political and economic conquest of much of the world by countries of Western Europe. Colonization was racism, white people dominating people of color on a global scale. And that conquest was not peaceful. It involved slavery and much brutality. It involved horrible abuses of Aboriginal populations. It helped white people justify taking land, resources, destroying cultures and ways of life in the process. We are the product of this 500 years of history, this 500 years of racism. In Canada's past, people from China, India, and Japan were only welcomed when needed. We made it clear that when we don't need you anymore, you need to go back to where you came from. And this is clear in the legislation that you can see that we did have in our history. Contrary to popular opinion, Black people, when they first came to Canada, were not welcomed here. The end of the Underground Railroad often was filled with racism. Aboriginal children were taken from their families and treated with abuse. That's Canada's history, the part that you don't often hear. So right after World War II, after Nazi Germany and the horrific mass murder of Jewish people, blatant racism in the world wasn't anymore acceptable. So in Canada, we changed, we did some cleaning up of our legislation, our laws, and our policies. So we now have laws for human rights in our country. We closed our segregated schools. Aboriginal people could finally vote. Immigration laws finally were not explicitly racist. But the attitudes of the past 500 years cannot be and have not been eradicated during 40 years of tidying up legislation. There's a great deal of work to do to change this history. So what does it look like today when we think about racial discrimination in Edmonton and Alberta and Canada? We do have that blatant, overt racism. We do hear those racist jokes. Name-calling does happen, and there is racially motivated violence. But it is the covert or hidden racism that is the most powerful. The look of suspicion, and many Arabic and Muslim Canadians can testify to experiencing that look on a daily basis. Being served last in line and being suspected of stealing first. Never being chosen for any group work in school or for tag at recess. Immigrating to Canada with a professional degree and experience, and then driving our taxis and cleaning our toilets. Seeing oneself in the crime section of the paper and rarely in any other section. arriving to the vacant apartment to be told it was just rented. We who work toward the elimination of racism work toward the creation of a culture of peace. Each and every one of us bears the responsibility for helping to end racism. We can choose not to laugh at the joke. We can speak up when we are unfairly served first. We can read through a bias-detecting lens. We can choose to include people of all races and colors in the games we play and in who we hire. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Charlene Hay. And next we have the Edmonton Street News organizer, Linda Dumont.
Okay, I just wanted to thank Ken for inviting me. I met him at the annual picnic for the unemployed and the underemployed at Giovanni Park this year. And I'm not sure, I know that peace and caring for other people go hand in hand. You know, peace is much more than the absence of war. And the first recorded act of aggression was in the Bible in Genesis 4, where Cain killed his brother Abel. And we might say that was the first war, and a quarter of the earth's population was decimated. And when God asked Cain, "Where's your brother?" Cain said, "Am I my brother's keeper?" And we can each ask ourselves that same question. If we are to be peacemakers, the answer for each one of us is, yes, I am my brother's keeper. You know, I've lived in Edmonton for the last 16 years, and I moved here with nothing but my children, having left behind a 4-bedroom house on acreage when I left an abusive marriage. So my ex-husband, she was just talking about racial problems. My ex-husband was Aboriginal, and his mother had been raised in the residential school. So she didn't know how to be a mother, and he didn't know how to be a husband and father. So he ended up being a tyrant who had to control every action of every person in our home, what we ate, what we wore, where we went. When he walked into the house after work, everybody sat frozen, waiting to see what would have incurred his wrath, and there was always something. And the only way to avoid violence and anger was to agree to everything and anything he asked. And although I was allowed to use things and lived in the house and ate food, nothing there was really mine, because anything I had could be taken away, destroyed, sold, killed, as in the case of my pets. I had a Doberman puppy, and his ears were cropped one day, and he was in pain, and he was whining that night, and it angered my ex-husband, and he got up and he whacked him to death with a broom handle. And there were many nights when I'd lie in bed listening to the sound of things being smashed and ripped apart. Always there were things that were special to myself or my children. The happiest times in the years I was married to him were when he went to live in Edmonton with one of his mistresses, and I was alone with the children in a house owned by my sister. We had no plumbing and no heat, and the water in the water bucket froze with a skim of ice on top when we got up in the morning. But we had what was most important. It was the happiest time we had because we had peace. And that is worth more than any belonging or any possession any of us can have. And my children still remember that year and how happy it was. Unfortunately, the father returned, and he was with us for another year before I left. Having survived fear and violence, I had post-traumatic stress disorder, so I had to go on welfare. So I was on welfare in 1999 when Ralph Klein was elected the Premier of Alberta. And massive cutbacks to the support structures for the poor resulted from the Klein leadership. Welfare checks were cut. It became harder for people to eat or even to get on welfare. And the number of people on welfare was drastically reduced, not because they found employment, those 58,000 people, but because they were no longer eligible or had been shipped out of the province. Those cutbacks directly affected me and my children and people that I'd come to care about in the inner city. And when the Bissell Centre brought a street newspaper to Edmonton, I became a vendor to make more money, and then a writer as well, because there were stories that I felt had to be told. I felt it was important for other people to know what was happening. And that's one thing that I could do, and that was right. And we each have to use whatever we have and do whatever we can with what we have to work towards peace. At present, as I said, I'm editor of the Edmonton Street News, which I started in November 1993 with the help of a former Our Voice editor, Natasha Lawrence, and Rod Graham, the editor of the Winnipeg Street Sheet. Being independent as a newspaper gives us the freedom to tell the stories that we feel needed to be told and to reach people who have the means and the will to care, because each of us as an individual is limited, but if we get enough people caring, change will happen. One of our concerns is about the way in which the Edmonton City Police treats the homeless people. People would come to us to tell us their stories, some still with the round red marks from taser burns, marks that can take up to a year to fade, with black eyes and bruised faces, alleging police brutality. One man at the soup kitchen, where I'm a regular volunteer, showed me his chest with 5 red burn scars. Natasha Lawrence wrote the story about Randy Frying Pan, an Aboriginal teen who was tasered 6 times by Mark Washilishin, the former police chief's son. While the teenager was passed out in the back seat of a parked car where he had permission to be. Her story went on to the CBC, and part of her story you can find printed on the Amnesty International website under the word torture. And I believe that, unlike Cain in the Bible, that we are our brother's keeper, and each of us has a responsibility to ensure that even the poorest and most addicted have a fair treatment, and that their stories must be told. And if they are unable to have a voice for themselves, we must help them to have a voice. I believe that if enough stories are told, that those who are abusing power will get the message that they have to become accountable for their actions, because someone is watching. If we know about abuse and injustice and we do nothing, we become like Cain when God told him that his brother's blood cried out to him from the ground because he refused to acknowledge it. In the New Testament, when a lawyer asked Jesus, "Who is my neighbor?" Jesus told the parable of the Good Samaritan. And the conclusion of that story, I think you're all familiar with it, is that your neighbor is the one who shows mercy. And if we're to see a worldwide movement towards peace, it must start with each one of us being a neighbor to those who are closest, and then that concern spreads to neighbors who live farther away, being neighbors to those who live farther away. With my work with street newspapers and as an executive director on the North American Street Newspaper Association, I visited cities across North America, and the faces and ethnic origins may vary, but the need is the same, whether in San Francisco, Vancouver, Halifax, Boston, or some other city. The poor in other countries and cities are no more noble or less addicted or more honest or more deserving than those in Edmonton. So we cannot love our neighbor whom we can see on our streets. We cannot profess to care about our neighbors in Afghanistan or Iraq or Africa. This year, the poor in Edmonton are more visible than they ever have been before, because there are now more homeless people on the streets, in the parks, sleeping with belongings next to their backpacks and garbage bags, or pushing around shopping carts. I live a few doors down from Giovanni Park, and homeless people sleep in the park all day. This summer I've also had a guest sleeping on my back deck for nearly a month, and several other guests, some uninvited, sleeping in my garage and even under the trampoline in my backyard. At the House of Refuge, where I'm a member of the ministry team, we have a row of shopping carts outside the front door each evening from the homeless people coming to get soup. And some of our volunteers are even homeless, the ones who are preparing the soup and serving the sandwiches, so that there's no one who is so poor that we have nothing that we can give when it comes to being merciful to those around us. The number of people being served meals at soup kitchens has risen to the point where some places like the Mustard Seed, I know some of the people there, they were finding it hard to meet the demand for food, so they no longer serve people who are drunk or on drugs, but they're finding they're serving an increasing number of children and an increasing number of families. But at the House of Refuge, we have no such policy, so we get the people who are the most drunk and the most addicted, because no one is barred except for violence. But you know, there is no one here, not one of you, not anyone, who is so poor or so needing that he or she has nothing to give. There are homeless people who are neighbors to others on the street through small acts of mercy, sharing, and caring. I know one busker who is himself in a wheelchair and he is living on an age income. When he gets his check, he buys a big bucket of Kentucky Fried Chicken and puts it out beside the dumpster behind his apartment building so the homeless bottle pickers can have a meal of chicken. And I know a woman on the south side, her name is Cookie, and she's on welfare, and she has opened her home to homeless people so they can come there to have a shower, to get clean socks, to have a meal. What she's done came to the attention of some of the churches, and they now collect items for her to give, and they call them cookie bundles. They give her bundles of shampoo and socks and stuff so she can give. Even closer to home, when my daughter found out that one of our neighbors had their gas cut off, and so the kids couldn't have showers and stuff, she's been inviting all their children to come over and have showers so they can go to school nice and clean at our house. So, you know, every one of us can do something. But sometimes when we look at the sheer scope and the sheer numbers, it's overwhelming. If you think about thousands and thousands of people who need, it's too much. But I think that each one of us can find a way to be a neighbor in the biblical sense, to show mercy to just one person that you meet when you leave this peace camp, and then it spreads and spreads to one more person and one more person. And if you have a story that you feel is important and needs to be told, come and talk to us at Edmonton Street News, and we would like to help you to write your story, or you can write for us. We accept freelance articles at all times, anything that's of concern. We are concerned with those whose power has been taken away from them, and who are the most vulnerable in our society. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda Dumont. And next we have the president of the Mahatma Gandhi Canadian Foundation for World Peace. Prem Cowley is coming next, very appropriately. And I guess, I don't know if he's going to mention, but today is the 100th anniversary of the Gandhi Revolution, 9/11. They probably mention it too. Yeah.
I think a few days ago we all saw the launching of Atlantis. It was going in space, and the astronauts were watching the planet Earth, and the planet Earth looked like blue pearl. It looked so beautiful to them. It was so tiny when they went further and further, and they saw the planet Earth suspended in the sky. There was an astronaut, his name was Russell Schweiber, and he saw the Earth and he blocked it with his thumb. And then he remarked, he said, this planet Earth, which I can block with my thumb, is the only place for us, for the Homo sapiens, for all of us human beings. It means anything to you and me. All human culture, all history, all music, all art, all peace and war, all births and deaths, all joys and tears are here on this planet Earth. On this planet Earth, we know that Shakespeare, Milton, Byron, and other poets wrote poetry. On this planet Earth, we know, we heard the great composers were Beethoven and Mozart. And on this planet Earth, there's a beautiful building. It's called Taj Mahal. It's the luminous perfection. And this is the only place we have. And we have to protect it. Unfortunately, the earth is bleeding, and earth is wounded by human greed. It's bleeding because of war, because of terrorism, because of ethnic conflicts, and because of suicide bombing. There's a complete ecological disaster here on this planet Earth at this time. Right in our own neighborhood in Cheviot Mines near Jasper, we know what's happening. We know what this mercury pollution is doing. We know the permafrost is melting. And we know there are climatic changes. And Gandhi, who was born in India and went to South Africa, and he was committed to protecting nature. He saw brotherhood with even the tiniest living creatures, and he had an uncompromising attitude on man's exploitation of nature. Probably Gandhi created the green awareness of humanity. Schumacher's classic work, Small is Beautiful, reflects Gandhi's concerns about the gigantic industrial machines and pollutants released by these machines in the atmosphere. Gandhi warned us that it's a closed system, and the same stream of life passes through all, whether you are living animals or you are a human being. Let me share with you a few thoughts about his social and political activities. As was mentioned, today is the 100th anniversary of Gandhi's movement. He started this movement in 1906 in South Africa, and today is 2006. 9/11, on this particular day, this movement began. And Gandhi believed that the first duty of man or human being is to love his fellow human beings, and his duty is to resist evil. He called himself a satyagrahi, a practitioner of truth force, and he pleaded with the British colonial masters that their presence in India is bad for them and bad for India. He told them that they are undermining their own personal dignity by staying in India. But his method was a gentle method. He believed in ahimsa, harmlessness, and he wanted to give infinite love to his opponents. Gandhi said, the hatred breeds more hatred. Reprisal invites more reprisal. Gandhi believed that non-violence just does not happen. You cannot go in the midst of conflict and know what to do. Satyagrahis, or the practitioners, have to be trained. Today is another important day, and we are talking of peace, we are talking of 9/11. We know there's a war going on in Iraq. It's an immoral war, and Americans and Iraqis are dying in this war. I cry every day when I read the news of murders and killing and destruction of the people. Doesn't matter whether they are American soldiers, doesn't matter whether they are Sunnis or Shiites. They are human beings. They are all our brothers. And when I saw the scenes of 9/11 5 years ago, and my wife was gone to a meeting, and I saw the scenes on TV, I cried, and I couldn't stop crying. I cry when there's a rape and pillage of nature. All these things make you cry. And because we are all connected, that's why we cry. And Gandhi believed in connectedness. Gandhi believed that we must have love for humanity, that every human being is capable of love. All human beings are unique and different. We need each other. Gandhi said, we have to learn to give space to each other. We should learn how to deal with our differences. This is the meaning of culture of peace. And we are all born into this culture of mankind. We are all Iraqis, we are all Indians, we are all Canadians, Americans, Palestinians, we are all Jews, we are all Muslims. This is our entire culture of humanity. And Gandhi himself transcended his race, his language, his culture, his religion. He saw goodness in all human beings. He saw goodness in humanity. He was seeing the light of God even in the most wretched creature, even the most criminal. Gandhi could see the spark of God's light. People thought Gandhi is a troublemaker and a subversive person. Gandhi never retaliated. He thought by giving infinite love to your opponent, the opponent will start self-examining himself and will ultimately give a moral response. And Gandhi could have a glimpse of God even in his opponent. And Gandhi believed that no one, not a single human being, is without redemption. So at this time, when we have gathered here to talk about 9/11, when we have gathered here to talk about ecology, environment, when we have gathered here to talk about the wars which are waging on this planet, I think we should think in terms of unity of humanity. And we have to, as the first speaker mentioned, that we have to resolve those differences. We have to engage in dialogue. That's the only answer. Not by war, not by dropping bombs on innocent people, not by suicide bombing. This will not solve our problems. This was Gandhi's message. Thank you.
Thank you for coming out. And the next speaker we have is the Canadian Union of Postal Workers President and also the President of the Chilean Canadian Community of Edmonton, Ramon Antipan. Thanks for coming.
Thanks to the organizer for inviting me, and thanks to all of you who in a day like this are thinking about peace, are thinking about war, and are thinking about humanities. What a great message from the previous speaker to think global in terms of humanities. It's a sad day, obviously, that it took place five years ago, and it's with a lot of sadness that we are here today. But at the same time, let me tell you, there are other September 11 that is important, and in the publicity, I would say, of that September 11 of 2001 is being forgotten. The presenter mentioned that I'm members of the Chilean Canadian community of Edmonton, and that's true. 33 years ago, in 1973, September 11, another tragedy took place in the country called Chile. As a result of that, I ended up being here in this country, which I admire, and can I say I grew up by loving this country, because I always thought that Canadians are peace-loving. This country is well known abroad for his stand in terms of defending peace and working toward peace. However, things have changed, and have changed for the worse. And let me tell you, fellow Canadians, we have to be aware of that. We have to be knowledgeable in terms of what's going on with our external policy. Why is it that we are sending soldiers to subjugate other peoples in other parts of the world? That's not right. And more important, it is with sadness that I tell you that those soldiers are sons and daughters of working class people. So they are the ones who pay the price for this unwanted world that actually is based on greedy and based on, trying to acquire more power from the economic point of view. So let's think about that. The labor movement has always had a stance on relation to peace. My union, which I'm a proud member of my unions, have a stand in relation to war and peace. And I'm going to read some of the position that we have as a union, which is quite important to remember in a day like today. Let me grab my glasses, because as we age, obviously we have to. Peace and disarmament. War and militarism cause death, grief, hardship, and suffering for innocent people all around the world. While recognizing that people living under repressive regimes may engage in guerrilla military actions to seek freedom from repression and to stop the killing, torture, and suffering in their countries, Canadian Union of Postal Workers believes that there are alternatives to war. Governments must find political, peaceful solutions to political, economic, and ideological conflicts. Individuals or states who commit acts of terrorism must be brought to justice through international law. Terror and insecurity must be curtailed through the strengthening of international laws, reducing disparities between rich and poor, men and women, building democracy, replacing the global war economy, and ending the arms trade. Real security emanates from respect for democracy and equality, preservation of the environment, access to social programs and public services, respect for human rights, and the eradication of poverty and expansion of workers' rights. The Union will continue to work in coalition with others to oppose war and promote peace, social justice, and security for all people. We believe strongly in that, and we think that we should all be aiming to that. We also, unfortunately, in the war in Afghanistan, some of our members' life is being claimed as well. Not too long, Brother Turner was killed in Afghanistan, and another postal worker from the east part of the country was also killed under unnecessary wars, as I call you. In a days like today's, friends, brothers and sisters, let's make a commitment. Let's make a commitment to work in harmony so we can build that culture of peace. We have a role to play no matter where you are, how small you feel like you are. As long as we live in humanity, we can actually work in our family, talk to our friends, work in our community and our organizations, and let's join hands to work toward peace so no more September 11 will occur throughout the world. Thank you very much.
And the next person we have is Kevin Stewart from Project Meccano.
Gorilla by the name of Mkono was killed by a landmine in Rwanda. I heard about this, I'm not sure where, I blame CBC Overnight. I started looking for other reports and started talking to other people, and eventually I wound up that I was the one who was documenting this. Landmines are bad. In Afghanistan, at least 500,000 cattle sheep have been killed. In Sudan, over 3 million head of livestock have been killed. Especially livestock are particularly vulnerable to landmines because they live in groups. A couple of years ago in Lebanon, one goat stepped on a landmine and killed the 15 surrounding him. Landmines have also killed antelope. Libya has lost most of its gazelles due to landmines. Sea turtles have been killed, along with Mekong River dolphins, where landmines are used for poaching. And this is one thing, landmines are bad. And another September 11th that few people know about is September 11th, 1995, where the RCMP up by 100 Mountain House, or 100 Mile House, detonated a landmine to blow up a truck carrying 3 native protesters and a dog. The dog was shot, and this happened while then Reform member Keith Martin had a bill in the House of Parliament calling for the ban of landmines. Within months, in January '96, Canada adopted a moratorium on landmines because there was a growing call to ban landmines. By the fall of '97, with Lloyd Axworthy taking on the charge, we got the Ottawa Treaty. So within 2 years of the last use of a landmine, the treaty calling for the ban of landmines had the name of Canada's capital city on it. On March 1st, 1999, the world celebrated, the bells over here were ringing, that the treaty was ratified and became international law. So within 4 years, went from using landmines to having international law banning them. This is what we can do. As 1997 Nobel Peace Prize winner and head of the International Campaign to Ban Landmines, Jody Williams put it, NGOs have become the new superpower. Right here we have a meeting of what could be the new superpower which can bring about world peace. And we need to go and ask ourselves, what can we do to bring that about? One of the things when you look at the environmental causes of war is you start asking questions like, what causes war? And the thing that keeps popping up is it's fight over resources. Few people know what the Falkland Islands War was about. You ask people, they go, well, Britain wanted to control these rocks, whereas Argentina wanted to control these rocks. Few people know about the billion-dollar-a-year squid fishery. And if you remember back to '95, when Canada almost went to war with Spain over turbot, another fishery. The speaker earlier said that the next war will be about water. There's reason to believe that the recent conflict between Israel and Hezbollah was about water. And if you really want to stay up late at night worrying, think of India, Pakistan, and China. 3 nuclear powers, all with a water shortage. And other conflicts like Gulf War I and II were thought to be about oil. So what can we do about this? I say we need to look at the root, so what I say is the root cause of all this, and we keep thinking we need to have economic growth. The economy has to keep growing because growth is good. Well, if you think growth is good, ask a cancer patient how their cancer is growing. The constant need for a growing economy is killing us, and killing not just humans, it's killing species everywhere. We need to go and say to ourselves, how do we go? We need to change from a economic growth to a sustainable shrinkage. Bring the economy down to a more manageable size. Let's put an end to our constant need to have more and more and say, how can we have less? And this way we can bring about a change. the change we need in order to have less conflict. The less people that are, less things to fight over, the less there is to fight. And I think I'm running out of things to say. So I'll just pass it on and kind of like go cut off what I'm saying and let the other person share the mic. So thank you.
Thanks a lot to Kevin Stewart from Project Meccano. And we have one more speaker, and then we're going to have some musical, a band playing for a while, the JFR Project. But first we're going to have Jim Gurnett from the Mennonite Center for Newcomers coming to speak. And then there'll be a little break for the band to set up. So stick around. It's going to be a really good lineup ongoing all evening. So here's Jim Gurnett from the Mennonite Center for Newcomers.
You've done well to last through all us speakers, and now you finally get some good music. But it's a treat to be able to be a part of this event. You know, I was thinking as I was walking down the street from my office that it's 40 years ago this very same week. We'll let 6 o'clock come, I guess, for a moment here. Okay, I was saying it, I was realizing that it's 40 years ago this week that I was a person who had just finished high school and was registering at university, and one of the first things that I did there was I joined an organization called the Students' Union for Peace Activity, or for Peace Action, SUPA. 40 years ago, before I even got around to registering for classes, there's something a little bit tragic, I think, walking along and realizing that for 40 years I've been going to events like this and speaking out and saying that war makes no sense, that war is the opposite of what we need to demonstrate as we live together as human beings, and we are still gathering like this. There's something terrible about that. I can't remember all the different wars over those 40 years that I've walked against and held banners against, and we're still having to do it. But there is a flip side to that, and that's a message of encouragement I want to bring to us this afternoon for a moment, and that is that through all those 40 years, even though twisted people have kept on starting wars and bringing practice of violence against other people all around this world, there have been people ready to stand up and say, this makes no sense, this is not the way we live together, this does not build a strong and healthy world. And so I'm so glad to see this camp starting today and to realize that once more here in Edmonton, thank you very much. We have people that are prepared to be there and put themselves on record against this insanity. And so thank you to the people that are going to be the Peace Camp here in Edmonton. Thank you to the people who all through these past years have stood up. Thank you to those models, those heroes we have. Because that's the thing I think all of us that stand for peace need to remember. No matter what messages that some people deliver, that speaking out for peace is a wimpy, soft, gutless thing to do, in fact it is hard work. And people who speak up and live for peace are really the heroes in this world. We've already been reminded by Prem of people like Mahatma Gandhi and Martin Luther King Jr. and many others through the years. These are the real heroes in this world, not the people that drive jets and pilot tanks. These are the people we need to look to. I'm not a Mennonite, but as it was mentioned in the introduction, I work at a place called the Edmonton Mennonite Center for Newcomers, and I've become aware of the proud history of Mennonite people. For 500 years, wherever they've lived in this world, when their governments have gone to war, they've said, we will not go to war with you. And they've been killed for that. They've been chased out of country after country after country around the world. But they've courageously modeled a commitment to peace all through those centuries. Those are the heroes we need to look to, and we still have them amongst us now in Edmonton and in cities around the world, people that are prepared to say, I'm not going to serve in your armed forces, I'm not going to support your war, I'm going to camp out and let people driving by understand that peace is important. So I guess that's really the heart of my message this afternoon to you, is that peace doesn't happen by chance. We can't sit around and hope it's going to fall from the sky in some blissful way. We need to understand that we are peacemakers. We are peace builders. We have to do the tough work. These are active words that describe how we make peace in the world. We have to be prepared to get our hands dirty. We have to be prepared to toil, to labor, to appear to fail, and yet to get up the next day and struggle yet another day in support of that kind of peace. So that's really what I encourage all of us to do, is to be ready to carry on with that kind of work. I want to just close by reminding you, though, that often when we talk about peace, we think about war, guns and bombs and all that hardware and artillery. But in fact, the most oppressive war that's going on in the world today is the war that's creating economic poverty, that's keeping hundreds of millions of people, women and children, the weakest people in the world, with no chance at all to have decent lives. That economic poverty that's created by war has ruined the lives of people who have come to Edmonton from all around the world, and that we have a chance to be standing beside at Mennonite Center for Newcomers. People who have become refugees because the economic powers in wealthy countries like ours have decided to try to exploit and take advantage of them. And that economic poverty, the violence of that economic poverty, also affects people that were born just down the street and have lived their whole lives here. That 80-20 perversion that says that 20% of the people get to gobble up 80% of the world's resources has more to do with why we have wars and violence in this world today than anything else. And that's something every one of us can make a commitment to speak out against, to demand we see change by. So we can all be part of that peacemaking, whether or not we march against the current wars in the world, in Afghanistan and Iraq, countries that have been unjustly invaded, or in much simpler ways, we demonstrate a commitment to equity, to fairness for everybody, but especially for the weakest, and we say no more should war affect those who have not asked for it to come near their lives. So I hope you'll all go away from here this afternoon not only having enjoyed some time to listen to good music and to hear a number of people speak out on these issues, but prepared to get up tomorrow morning and say, what can I do about this? How can I be one small piece of a different kind of Edmonton, a different kind of Canada, a different kind of world? We never know which small contribution by one of us starts to tip the balance to a new reality that will give everybody a chance that they otherwise are losing out on. So all the best to you as you go out to be peacemakers, peace builders in your own lives tomorrow.
Thanks a lot, Jim Burnett from the Mennonite Center for Newcomers. And next we have a band coming up. We have the JFR Project, and they've got an album coming out. They're from Edmonton, and they're going to take a couple minutes to set up. So we have a slight break in the program, and this event is being recorded and by Rob Hayes here. And he's going to put it on the internet. And everyone around the world will be able to see the event. Or if you miss something, you'll be able to look at it on the internet. So that's pretty amazing.
Freedomfiles.org. Freedomfiles.org.
It'll be on freedomfiles.org for everyone in the world to see if you missed something or want to check out the speakers again. So thanks to Rob Hay for getting it all taped for us. And thanks to Ken for organizing it. And Mike Tully for doing the sound. He's been doing the sound around Edmonton for like worthwhile events for many years. And he's got his solar powered system here, so even if we were shut down, we could still keep going with the solar power. So thanks again to Mike Tully too, which is a great service to Edmontonians he's been doing for years. Anyone who has a worthwhile cause, he's right there helping out. So, okay, so we're going to set the band up.
The one tonight, shot. It's quite difficult for to come in first and take photographs of the log. There's so much of it. It's always changing.
The Edmonton Peace Camp is pleased to welcome the JFR Project.
Thank you very much.
You let it be, you think you're dying. Say time is free, you won't give up trying to save yourself. Please tell me why, can't you see? Please tell me why. You think I'm lying with all the things you said. Instead you turn your head running away, trying to save yourself. Please tell me why, baby, can't you see? Please tell me why. You can't stand the moment. Regret what you've lost. You still can't find the reasons for what you've done. Oh, you search for the answers. Oh, but you can't find the light. Oh, 'cause it's all inside. 'Cause it's all inside. It's all inside. Please tell me why, baby, can't you see? Please tell me why, baby, can't you see? Oh, that it's all inside. It's all inside. It's all inside.
Right on, thank you very much, everybody. We are the JFR Project. We thank everybody who came here today to remember what seems to be forgotten. So I thank you. And let there be peace.
Father, can't you see us? We're struggling to the top. This lightning boot surrounds us. I'm going to fast stop. When we get that feeling, oh, of wanting a fresh start. Oh, well, there's something here that tells me, oh, that we're heading for a drop. Well, seems like every time I turn around, I see fear and terror touch the ground. Will we see the day when the world will learn to live its own? And if you take my life away, yeah, could it make my dreams come true?
All right, everybody, I'd like to hear your hands clapping right here.
Can't you hear us? Oh, we're crying on your shoulders. These dying screams around us. Greed has taken over. Do we dream of power? Ooh, there needs to be a desire. Well, the wise man once told us, only love will set you free. Yeah. Well, seems like every time I turn around, they fear and terror touch the ground. Will we see the day when the world will learn to live alone? And then you take my life away. What if I find something to die for? Oh, will it really all be?
Thank you very much. We're going to play another song. These are all our originals. They're coming up on our debut album, which should be due in the fall. This one is called Pain and Sorrow.
Why can't I see through my window? Why can't I reach for the sky? Oh, to remember who I am. To learn from pain and sorrow. From events to heart to swallow. Always try to look beyond what's happening. Yeah. Countless times I couldn't hear my intuition. Oh, to remember who I am. Well, to learn from pain and sorrow. From events too hard to swallow. Oh yeah, if things don't change, will we end the human race? I'll see you on the other side. Remember my name, tomorrow's world remain the same. Oh, and now I see. If things don't change, will we end the human race? See you on the other side. Remember my name, tomorrow's world remain the same. Oh, and now I see
We'd like to thank everyone today for having us out. Like I said, we are called JFR Project. If you like what you hear, we got a website called jfrproject.com. And we're going to do one more for you guys.
all I've done. I finally found myself along the way. Yeah. All the scars, all the pain, I finally found a way to live for today. Yeah. Sometimes I feel like I'm losing touch. Yeah. No matter how I try, I never seem to give enough. all these times I've cried, just take me to a place I know. And all these times I've wondered, is really any place to go? Yeah, a place to go.
So I'm here, now you're gone. There's no time I can give you back to heal. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So he's lost, now we know. The moment that we feel back then was real. Yeah.
Sometimes I feel like I'm losing touch. Yeah. Well, no matter how I try, I never seem to give enough. And all these times I've tried, just take me to a place I know. Oh, and every time I've wondered, is there really any place to go? Yeah, a place to go.
Thank you very much, everyone. Have a good night.
Great. The JFR project. It's all too short, but we got a big lineup tonight. So if you want to hear more, you'll have to go to their next gig or check out their album. And next we have Renee Bourgeois. Renee Bourgeois from the John Humphrey Center for Peace and Human Rights. Thanks a lot.
Hi there. Well, I was looking in the Edmonton Journal today, and I thought it was really interesting because one of the articles on the second page was talking about, Ground Zero being this place of sorrow, and I think the news over the weekend, over the last couple of days, is really kind of bringing us back to that sorrow of 9/11, and I really commend the organizers for doing an event on this day. I think the sorrow of 9/11 kind of lives beyond New York, and it's in the hearts and minds of all of us. But I think what's important to remember, though, is just the legacy of 9/11, and what's come out of 9/11 has been, it's had huge repercussions from people in Canada, the United States, Europe, around the world, Australia, particularly in the developed world, living in a kind of heightened state of insecurity and a heightened state of fear. And then to women and children in Iraq who are suffering the effects of the war on terror. And then also looking, in communities in Darfur, southern Sudan, that are suffering conflict, but yet nobody in the developed world the countries want to stand up for them. So, our world is kind of, in a way, taking on a new face. But, it's interesting that on such a sorrowful day like today that we're brought here to speak about positive ways about building a culture of peace. And I was asked to bring a positive example about something that's happening in our community about working towards a culture of peace. And on a day like today, when we see the kind of constant replays of 9/11, the scenes from 9/11, and on the news, like last night there was a documentary with Robert De Niro about the firefighters' experience, and watching the World Trade Center movie that's just come out. It's bringing us back. But we need to realize that whatever's on the news, there needs to be a shift in collective consciousness around towards something more positive, and to look at a way of overcoming these challenges that our world is facing. And this is why I'm coming to speak to you today about an important event that Ken asked me to speak to you about. It's a conference coming up in October, an event that's been planned, and kind of we as progressive individuals in Edmonton and representative of a global community here in Edmonton, we have an opportunity to make change and positive impact through an upcoming event called Building World Peace, the Role of Religion in Human Rights. This conference is a critical opportunity in our modern history to create dialogue. The role of religions and human rights to work towards a culture of peace and away from a culture of war, which has kind of marred humanity for so long, is the focus of this event. The speakers at this conference will bring with them experience of genocide and violent conflict and the realities of war. Romeo Dallaire, General John de Chasseling, Lois Wilson, Ovid Mekrudy are among some of the speakers, but the conference is also hosting participants from around the world, from as far away as Nepal, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Sierra Leone, Pakistan, Nigeria, Mali, Uganda, Ethiopia. So while the world since 9/11 has not been pretty, 2006 was a terrible year in terms of war and conflict and human rights violations. We're undergoing significant changes, and with this, I think our consciousness is too. So this is a sense where we feel we must turn the world around, and I think this is what's important about events like today. And this is also an important facet of this conference, namely that there's kind of this desperation and grief in the world, and we must recognize that we will not accept this. We can't accept this, and move towards creating a dialogue on peace. And this event will bring together youth and religious and interfaith and political leaders, educators, concerned citizens, in order to ignite a collective conscience, one that moves us towards building a culture of peace. Senator Douglas Roach says it's the right conference at the right time, and I think he's right. So this event I wanted to tell you about because it's really about an example of creating a safe space for dialogue and to move towards collective action. And it's an example of moving towards that culture of peace. I think we all kind of feel stumped sometimes when we talk about the atrocities of what's happened on 9/11 and what's happened beyond 9/11, and even what happened before 9/11 with bombings in Iraq, that sort of thing. There's a will to change, and we really hope that with this conference we can create a dialogue for that change. So I encourage you to check out johnhumphreycenter.org or buildingworldpeace.com and come out and either volunteer, whatever, but it's going to be an incredible event. So we'll hope to see you there. Thanks.
Thanks a lot, Renee Vajois. And next we have Andy Leskiewski from the Global Visions Film Festival, organizer of various events over the years.
Thanks, Ava. Hi. First, I'd like to acknowledge all of you here. When you come to a peace rally, you think there's going to be so many people. And yet it requires some kind of a commitment from each of you, like of your time. And I think you all deserve a recognition. So I recognize you. I'm going to come back to that numbers thing in a minute, but first I want to tell you a little bit about Global Visions Film Festival. Have any of you been there? How many of you been to Global Visions Film Festival? Not so many. Okay. So it's a documentary film festival on social and environmental issues. It has films from all over the world, and lets us know. Documentaries, films have a context in them which allows you to understand the situation more. It's more than a news bite or a sound clip. It gets you to see the stories, the lives of people that are affected by changes and issues that happen in the world. We try to be an alternative media in that manner, We pick films that are reasonably been produced on issues that you read about a little bit in the papers and hear on the news. Something really worthwhile for you if you want to have some introspect into what's going on in certain areas of the world, including our own, including in Canada. We have local filmmakers that we feature every year. We have a theme every year. It's called, this year's theme is called Shades of Reality. I've heard a lot of people here talking about reality and what that means to them. It seems to mean a lot of different things to different people. I mean, from the people who start wars, the people who are affected by wars, those are different realities of the same situation. It's kind of subtle. Like, I have to give you a little bit of an analogy, which I'm just waking up to myself here. Being an alternative voice that Global Visions Film Festival is, we're sort of getting marginalized, like a lot of other organizations that deal with issues that are not projected by mainstream media or by society in general. We're having troubles getting funded this year, and we're struggling to get a festival going. And when I look at that, when I look at the people who made these choices about funding us, you know, to be fair, they're thinking on all the other organizations they have to choose from and that. But it's such a subtle change when you look at how people decide. I mean, like, why some people didn't come here today. It's just a little shade of reality, difference where, oh, it's not going to make any difference, or that it's somehow, something holds them back that's subconscious almost. And I'm finding that happens to alternative voices, to organizations, to people that aren't fitting into the mold of this one world order. So I thank you for coming. I hope to see you at the festival. You can check out our webpage, www.globalvisionsfestival.com, and see the latest news. Maybe if you want to help us out, you can help us out too. We've got some. We need help to get our festival going this year. And peace.
Thanks a lot, Andy Lisiski from the Global Visions. And next we have another speaker. And after that, we're going to have All Else Failed, the punk rock band. So next we have Peter Jensen, the organizer, who's been involved with Earth Day Festival since 1990, and he has, I think, passed the torch since, but he's still one of the founding members of our Earth Day Festival in Edmonton, which is a great event. So, here's Peter Jensen.
Hi. Okay, I've just got just a short bit, but I just wanted to say, first of all, it's great to see lots of people down here. That's terrific. Every single one counts. On September the 11th, in the year 1906, Mahatma Gandhi staged his first public peace rally. It's now September the 11th, 2006, and where have we gone since then? Innumerable wars have been and continue to be, including 2 world wars. Millions of people have been killed. Pain and suffering has been felt and continues to be felt, not only by ourselves, but by all species with whom we share this planet. Environmental degradation has been and continues to be rampant, from war, from ancient oil tankers breaking their backs in the oceans, from the fumes of our cars, which need an extra 500 mature trees per car to counteract environmental damage, from agricultural runoff, or from the use of harmful chemicals and pesticides in our homes and gardens. The list goes on and on. But we can do something, every single one of us, whether it's just putting out the blue box writing to a minister about a threatened species, turning a thermostat down a couple of degrees in winter, helping a complete stranger, removing those chemicals from under the sink, using the car a little less, or making sure you know and are friendly with your neighbours, even more so should they have a different ideological background to yourself. Every day of every single week, think to yourself, what did I do today for the planet and the well-being of everything in it? It doesn't have to be a big thing, but it can be. It could be helping somebody carry their groceries, providing a meal for an elderly neighbour, or it could be approaching the government with your views on a serious environmental issue. They do listen, but they have to be reminded. I've found that out firsthand, where there's a couple of times I've contacted federal ministers and they have phoned me back direct, one-on-one, and discussed it. It does work. The term war on terror has to be just about the worst phrase ever coined. To make war on war will only increase war. If terrorist acts are caused by people who have different ideologies from our own, and they are prepared to lose their lives in the pursuit of these acts, the only possible response for the future of this planet is in acts of kindness. Kindness to the planet, kindness to each other, and even to ourselves. Some of us have been conditioned to believe that those who think differently to themselves have no value. The only possible solution to this is to prove otherwise by being the people we are, every one of us, capable of being. Just to close off, remember that everything we do in our daily lives every day ends up in the earth, air, or water. So please, all of us, make every day Earth Day. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Peter Jensen of the Earth Day Festival. And next we have a punk rock band playing. And they're going to be a couple minutes setting up. So we have a slight break in the program. Remind you we have Rob Hayes, who's going to be putting the whole event on the internet. So if you miss any of it, have to go, or miss the beginning, you'll be able to check it out. What's that website again?
Freedomfiles.org.
At freedomfiles.org, it's going to be on. So stay with us. We're getting that set up here.
Yeah, there you go. All right, well, I've just been told to give a speech. Oh, we have a little guitar tuning time. All right, so what are we going to talk about today? Well, it's a peace fair, so we might as well talk about world issues and such. Let me just say, we're here for you guys, first and foremost. We're here to make sure that you guys have a good time, and it's thanks to you that fans like us can get up here and ramble on about inane things that really do mean a lot, but only when you say them eloquently.
And that's why you don't let drummers talk.
There you go.
Next song. Kudos to Brent for taking my time. Yeah! This is a song that was made popular by a small band called Rise Against. State of the Union. Next song is about seeing both sides of the perspective. There's always more than one view on everything. It's called Eyes on the Mark.
Who's possibly get the next presenter on?
That's great, all that stale. And this is being filmed by Rob Hayes, Freedom Files. So if you want to, if you want to catch more of, it was of course not long enough, but we've got the next speaker coming up. We have Chen Yan Huang from Falun Dafa, and they have their booth set up there too. So we have a lot of. So thank you.
Good evening, everyone. First, I would like to thank Ken for inviting us to give a speech here at the Edmonton Peace Camp tonight. And I'm a Falun Dafa practitioner. I don't know how many people have heard of Falun Dafa. Falun Dafa is also called Falun Gong. I'll come back to this topic later. We love peace and we treasure peace. That's why we are here today. We appreciate peace and we promote peace and we uphold peace. However, in this world, there are people who just destroy peace. It happened in the past in the world, and it is still happening now. Terrorists, for example, destroy peace regardless boundaries and races. People see them clearly. People know that they exist somewhere. Therefore, people deliberately working hard to prevent the terrorist destructions from happening. There is another kind of terrorists, state terrorists. They are pretentious, hidden, and thus dangerous, more dangerous. Such terrorists use lies to cheat peace-loving people, to cover up their eyes, and to distract their attention. An example of such terrorists is the Chinese Communist regime. Its terrorist attack to peaceful Falun Gong practitioners in China and the world in the past 7 years is exactly like this. I'm sure you all know the concentration camps that killed thousands of Jewish people during the Second World War. But do you know similar things have happening to peaceful Falun Gong practitioners in China? Do you know that institutions controlled by the Chinese Communist regime, such as hospitals, courts, and the forced labor camps, have been working together to harvest organs from live Falun Gong practitioners and sell them for a huge profit? Do you know Falun Gong practitioners facing such atrocious persecution in the past 7 years, yet they remain all the way peaceful in whatever they do in fighting against the persecution? You don't know because it is far less covered by media than Middle East wars. So tonight, I'd like to share with you what Falun Gong is, what the persecution is like, and why there is such persecution, and what you can do to help to stop the persecution. So first, what is Falun Gong? Briefly, Falun Gong is an ancient Chinese spiritual discipline of meditation, a yoga-like or a Tai Chi-like exercise. The teachings are based on the principles of truthfulness, compassion, and forbearance. It was introduced to the public by its founder, Mr. Li Hongzhi, in 1992. As it is very powerful in improving one's physical, mental, and spiritual health, it spread very fast in China from 1992 to 1999. The Chinese Communist regime began persecuting Falun Gong in 1999 after the government surveys showed that there were as many as 70 to 100 million people practicing Falun Gong. These people come from all walks of life, including high-ranking government officials and military officers. So the number exceeded even the membership of the ruling Communist Party, and it alarmed the officially atheist regime. So in July 1999, the Communist regime outlawed Falun Gong and began the nationwide and later worldwide persecution. The regime's policy is destroy their reputation, bankrupt them financially, and annihilate them physically. Statistics show that over 3,000 Falun Gong practitioners have been tortured to death. Hundreds of thousands of them are illegally detained in detention centers, forced labor camps, and brainwashing centers. Over 1,000 Falun Gong practitioners have been tortured into mental hospitals. In March this year, news exposed the existence of live harvesting of Falun Gong practitioners' organs at various concentration camps. And several witnesses have come to expose the live organ harvesting campaigning from Falun Gong practitioners in China over the past 7 years. These allegations have been independently investigated and verified by former Secretary of State for Asia-Pacific Affairs, David Kilgore, and international human rights lawyer, David Matas. In Matas' words, this is a form of evil we have yet to see on this planet. In the report, David Kilgore and David Matas examined every avenue of proof and disproof available to them, 18 in all. There are copies of the report at the booth of Falun Dafa Association at the back. So feel free to get one and get more information. So you may ask why such a peaceful practice is persecuted. Well, in order to answer this question, we need to know what the nature of the Communist Party is. Let's see what it has been doing to Chinese people since it came into power in 1949. In 1950s, there was labor reform, and then thousands of landowners were killed. And then reforming industry and commerce, thousands of business owners were killed. And then anti-rightist movement, thousands of intellectuals and nationwide brainwashing happened. A crackdown on religious groups, destroying religions. In 1960s, the Cultural Revolution destroyed the Chinese principles and values. 1980s, the massacre of peaceful students at Tiananmen Square that destroyed the democracy. And in 1990s, the persecution against the Falun Gong, people who come from all walks of life. In all these movements, the region used similar methods to crack down innocent people brainwashing and control using lies and violence. I think by now you can give yourself an answer to what the Communist Party is like. It is really a party that is against humanity, peace, and anything that is good to people, that can touch people's heart and mind. So when it discovered that almost 100 million people were practicing Falun Gong, it became afraid that it would lose control of people. That's why it persecuted Falun Gong. It's nothing wrong with Falun Gong, it's just because the nature of the Communist Party. It's against anything that is good to people. So I really recommend you to read the 9 commentaries on the Chinese Communist Party. It is a book about the Chinese Communist Party, the nature of the Chinese Communist Party, and what it has been doing to Chinese people. You will find more detailed information, background knowledge for you to understand why such persecution can happen in China. There are copies of 9 commentaries on the Communist Party available at the booth too. So I think there is hope. The Chinese people are awakening. According to statistics on the website of the Epoch Times and independent news media cover, there have been over 13 million Chinese people, after they're reading the 9 commentaries on the Chinese Communist Party, have chosen to quit the Chinese Communist Party and its affiliated associations. However, the Chinese Communist regime put people in jail if you talk about, or even you have the document or the literature in China. An example of this is the captain of an airplane called Yuan Shen. He had to apply for refugee status in the United States because he was almost put in jail before he came to the airplane, because he talked about the 9 commentaries to other Chinese people. So I'd also like to invite you to join us in fighting against such national state terrorism. Chinese people need your support. It is wrong to think that state terrorism conducted by the Chinese Communist regime has nothing to do with you. Yes, it does. The persecution of Falun Gong is also the persecution against the human conscience. And think about how many things you use every day are made in China. So you do have a connection with Chinese people. These Chinese people, innocent people, are persecuted by this Chinese Communist regime. They need your help. I believe that, the persecution of Falun Gong is also the persecution against the human conscience. Everyone should take a stand, because it is a persecution against everyone, against you too. The world today is like a village. When you ignore the trauma in other part of the village, the trauma will come to you one day. I remember there is a famous saying by Martin Luther King, and injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. So there are petition cards at the booth, at the back, and your signature means a lot. I thank you very much.
Thanks a lot to the Falun Gong organization. They're here meditating to make our event go more peacefully too. So it's helping everybody. Next we have Michael Joseph of Michael Joseph and the Ridges. And might take a minute to set up too. Yeah, so there might be a minute break here. In the meantime, you can check out the booths.
Hello, everyone. Maybe just a bit more on the monitor.
Michael Joseph and the...
So my name is Michael Joseph. I'm gonna play 2 songs for you. The first song is called Night Side, and I wrote it 4 years ago. It was in response to some bombings that were taking place in Jerusalem. And the song doesn't pick sides at all. It portrays Jerusalem as a woman, and it's for her children, that they may know peace. Joy of all the earth, David's mirth, Jerusalem. Who can heal your broken heart, torn apart, Jerusalem? Your misfortune, vast as the sea, eyes downcast, Jerusalem. Could you be what you were? Tears obscure, Jerusalem. All the gladness turned to sadness in your dances, Jerusalem. Sighs I pray, children may know peace, Jerusalem. So I got one more song. It's a brand new song. I never played it anywhere. It's called Love Never Fails. And it's the one thing that can save us. A few days ago I listened to Chris Isaac's song, Wicked Game. And the first line in that song is so powerful. It goes, the world was on fire, no one could save me but you. And it seems like the world's on fire. And the one thing that can save us in our relationships, in our lives, is just that benevolent force. So, when the sky turns green, know ahead there are better days. The tall walls will crumble and fall. When you feel you just can't go on anymore, you ask yourself why, what for? God has a plan. He holds you in his hand. Love never fails. Walks with you down the darkest trails into the unknown. You're not alone.
Capture the wind, lower your sails, it'll make you strong. A whispered song, love never, never fails. Love never, never fails. It's the sweetest word in the letter mail addressed to you. Always true.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. That was Michael Joseph and the Ridges. So next we have Samir Lebo from the Lebanese Cultural Union Association. He's the president of the Lebanese Cultural Union. Very topical moment.
Thank you very much. Well, it's a wonderful day, and definitely wonderful people. And thank you for taking your time to come this evening and support peace. And thanks for all the ladies and the gentlemen who worked hard to make this event happen. We're here this evening and we remember what happened in September 11. This human tragedy that took the lives of innocent people, and it was a human disaster. Remembering September 11 to me means a turning point where people should learn and should work toward peace. Unfortunately, September 11 was a turning point towards more human tragedies and more human disasters all over the world. The warmongers in the White House, instead of remembering those who suffered in September 11 and worked for peace, created wars that took the lives of thousands and thousands and thousands of innocent people, to name it, in Afghanistan, in Iraq, in Lebanon, in Palestine, and in different parts of the world. Ladies and gentlemen, I arrived in this country 17 years ago from Lebanon, where my country has suffered from 20 years of civil war, that it was created by military powers, namely in Israel, in some other part of the Arab world, and this small tiny country that it's less than the size of the province of Alberta, with 3.5 million of people, this country that didn't have a military, we've had only a police, we don't have airplanes to bomb anybody, we don't have tanks. So basically, if you can say, Lebanon is one of the most peaceful countries on earth. And yet, the Lebanese people had suffered from 20 years of civil war and 20 years of Israeli occupation of south of Lebanon. Recently, ladies and gentlemen, in 2000, Lebanese resistance forces has managed to liberate most of South Lebanon and push the Israeli army out. Yet, the Israeli army left more than 200,000 mines, landmines, that it was killing innocent people on a daily basis. They took with them close to around 200 Lebanese civilians and kept them as hostages. Lebanon demanded the implementation of the United Nations resolutions by providing the maps for the landmines to be removed, demanded the release of the Lebanese hostages, and continuously, by different reasons, this was refused. In July 12, the Lebanese resistance managed to capture 2 Israeli soldiers on Lebanese land, and I enforce Lebanese land. They didn't go into Israel, they didn't invade anybody's else land, they didn't invade anybody's else country. Those were occupying force on Lebanese land, and all the United Nations has gave the right to any people to defend their sovereignty and their land. That was enough reason for the Israeli army to go and bomb the whole country, regardless of civilians, regardless of who they are bombing. They destroyed close to around 70 bridges. They destroyed around 520 kilometers of roads. They destroyed more than 30 schools. They destroyed around 7 hospitals. Moreover, they destroyed around 15,000 units of housing and left close to over 1 million innocent Lebanese civilians that they were pushed out of their homes. This great country, Canada, that I've learned since I arrived here, that it's the peace broker of the world, the most loved country and nation all over the world because of its peace record. I always said that there is superpowers by military means, but Canada is a superpower of love and peace. Unfortunately, our Prime Minister came on the second day of the Israeli bombardment and said this is a calculated and measured response. The day after, ladies and gentlemen, it happened that the Canadian family that was also killed in Lebanon are my cousins, and they are my sister-in-law family. They were living in their grandparents' house and it was bombed. They have nothing to do with this war. They were just visiting Lebanon. As a matter of fact, my cousin Ali, who is 35 and pharmacist, it was his first ever visit to Lebanon with his family, with his wife and 4 children. Unfortunately, none of them came back, and they are all gone by this. The Canadian government, instead of asking the Israeli for explanation and apology, our foreign minister came out to try to find an excuse for the Israeli act. This was repeated when one of our finest Canadian, one of our peace makers, one of the United Nations peacekeepers, our fellow Canadian, he was bombed in his post, and again, our government didn't do anything, yet again they said it was bombed by mistake, while Kofi Annan said it was a deliberate attack on the United Nations post. This is not Canada that we want. We want Canada to stay great as we know it. Canada for peace, not for war. And we want to be always respected as we are because of our peace record. Today, on this event where we are all here demanding peace all over the world, we ask our government to reconsider its stance and to raise the voice for peace, because this is all what we need: peace, peace, peace. And thank you very much.
Thank you to Samir Legal from the Lebanese Cultural Union Association. Yeah, boy, I don't think I'd be able to. Okay. Thank you, Samir Legal from the Lebanese Cultural Union. Next we have Mark Ramsanker from the Edmonton Public Schools, the president of the Edmonton Public Schools. He's been an educator in Edmonton for 20 years and is now the president of the school.
Thanks, Avril. I didn't know what to expect this evening when Mike first asked me to come and speak, and I put together some words, and I've been listening for the last little while about what's been going on, and I hope to bring more of a local flavor to what we're looking at as teachers in our community. I start with the longer I live, the more I realize the impact of attitudes we have. Attitude to me is more important than the facts. It's more important than the past, than education itself. It's more important than money, circumstances, and failures, or successes. It's more important than what other people think, say, or do. It's more important than giftedness. It could, your attitude, make or break a community, a church, or your home. The remarkable thing is that we all have choices every day regarding what our attitudes will be, and we can't change our past, and we can't change the way other people act. We can change only the things that we do and only the attitude we have. We can be convinced that 10% of what we do happens to us and 90% is how we react. And so it is with all of us here today. We're in charge of our attitudes. If you listen to the overall theme that's being brought out tonight, it deals with the fact that our attitude says that peace is important to us all. When Charles Swindoll made that suggestion, He said that our attitudes dictate the directions and results possible in our lives. As a teacher, I try to instill this important message to the students that have come across my doorstep. We try to instill this in today's generations. Students we face daily need the constant reminders that they're not alone in this world and that their approach to issues and problems they face every day are more in their control than they realize. The messages we've heard today lay credence to this philosophy. I suggest that this is the same approach that we could take in the promotion of peace. We control 90% of how we react to shape the world in which we would like to live. If we model and we teach the lessons of persistence, for it's through our efforts to stay the course that we will begin to see the results of our labors. This rally here today is only a first step. Calvin Coolidge said nothing in the world can take the place of persistent. Talent won't. There is more common than unsuccessful people. There's nothing more common than many unsuccessful people that are talented. Genius doesn't take the place of persistence, because unrewarded genius is the thing that Proverbs are made of. Persistence and determination alone are what we need to pursue. The slogan, "Press on," has solved and always will solve the problems of our human race. Think of what we're after here today. The promotion of a culture of peace. This is not a small task. World history is abundantly smattered with political conflict and war, and this unrest is not akin only to global conflict. Neighborly disputes and civil war can easily be found as well. Factors that influence this type of unrest are too many to cite here tonight in such a limited time. But suffice to say, our task we embark on today is monumental. I would say monumental, but not insurmountable. As teachers, we have the opportunity to impact the keepers of our futures, the students with which we work. We feel the pressures of tapping into this resource, and to the best of our abilities, we guide, shape, and influence students in our charge. Frederick Mayer suggested in the early 90s, as we approach this new millennium, we see how much remains to be done to give our young and future generations a better world in which to live, a more peaceful society with healthier, cleaner environments, and a pattern of sustainable development which seeks to eradicate poverty. Education is the single most powerful means to improve the quality of our lives, the single most powerful weapon against poverty and intolerance. Education builds a culture of peace. It empowers human beings, both young and adult, to be effective in their chosen sphere of activity. Education, in its essence, opens the door to both personal and social development. Educating our youth is not a task that we as teachers approach lightly. You will often hear teachers speak publicly about the conditions for learning for our students, the conditions of our schools in this province of abundance. Educating our youth, promoting peace, and trusting that they will develop this culture of peace that we seek requires all of our efforts. We must continue to fight for a strong, fully funded public education system so that the youth of today have the foundation on which to build their futures. Martin Buber said, "The real struggle is not between East and West, capitalism or communism, but between education and propaganda. What is real and what is perceived?" The propaganda, or constant media depictions of violence in our communities, and the reality of violence in our midst dominate our news. We are buried by this onslaught. Is this violence the norm, or is it the action of a minority of our population that take the lion's share of what we see and hear? Please don't misunderstand me when I say this, for the acts of violence in our communities are devastating, and they alter the personal lives of those who are directly touched by such acts. The educational struggle, however, is to continue to focus and then refocus on the promise of our future. That is our youth. I can say also with confidence that teaching at one of Canada's largest high schools taught me that the vast majority of our youth are great. They're intelligent, they're talented, they're spirited and focused on their futures. The messages we need to continually promote should be that of successes and the positive acts in our community. Our future is in the good hands of our youth. With that message, we can focus on change itself and the action to bring about the change we wish. As teachers, we teach our lessons and then offer assignments so students can demonstrate what they have learned. At that point, I pay heed to the words of Deepak Chopra. Our most important task is to transform our consciousness so that our violence is no longer an option for us in our lives. That understanding a world of peace is possible only if we relate to each other as peaceful beings, one individual at a time. One individual at a time. We must open ourselves to conversations with our neighbors. Encourage youth to ask questions about the environment in which they live. We can model this behavior, as we do tonight, by focusing on our reactions to the decisions that they make. Remember that 90%. At times we must take a hard look at ourselves as adults to get involved with the youth if we wish to bring about this culture of change. We cannot wait for others to carry the day. Mason Cooley aptly phrases it, indifference creates an artificial peace. This indeed is hands-on work. We cannot afford to be indifferent. I believe that if we fully participate in the roles we take as teachers, and not just teachers in our schools, but as teachers in all facets of our communities, parents, grandparents, neighbors, co-workers, colleagues, and friends, we will learn to delight in the essential differences between people and between cultures. We will learn the lessons that human beings, ideas, and attitudes are the exciting variety of our lives and not something that we should fear. Actions may not always bring about happiness, but there is no happiness without action. Disraeli said this, and I believe it to be true, because the process is not a static one and will not bring about the best results on the first go-around. We must continue our work as parents and as educators. Let us explore what problems unite us instead of belaboring the ones that divide us. I believe that we can make a difference if we want in our futures, if we continue to involve ourselves in this process. Thank you very much for your time.
That's Mark Ramsank, our Edmonton Public Schools. Thank you very much, Mark. I, for one, am very glad to see more mainstream institutions like the school board actually showing an interest and participating in events such as this, which is a very grassroots, anarchic kind of event. So that's a very good sign. So thanks a lot, Mark. So welcome to the Earth Peace Camp. We're going to try to mix it up here tonight. We're going to do a little bit of talking, a little bit of music, so you don't get too involved in your thoughts without thinking of partying at the same time. So we're going to try to mix it up. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Guy Smith.
Thanks a lot. Thanks for coming out. This is great. It's always important to make sure that we do as much as we can for peace and against imperialism that we see these days. I got a couple of songs that I wrote, and a lot of them came out of what happened after 9/11 and the atrocities since then as well. I'm just going to grab my water. Hang on.
This one's called Vapor Trails.
What goes on around the kitchen sink? Well, what do you think? There's dirty dishes, broken promises, and stolen kisses. From outside your front door to inside your eye, there's parents talking to their kids, kids talking back. It's the same all around the world. Let the kitchen sink drama unfold. Girl talks back to her motherless, outside to play in the back streets of Washington. Plays with a skipping rope all alone, cause her friends skipped down to go get stoned. The girl's about to cry when she looks up and she sees vapor trails up in the sky. Sirens wail and she don't know why. The boy takes back to his dad and he goes outside to play in the back streets of Baghdad. Kicks a tin can against the wall. He used to play with a ball. It belonged to his friend who lived next door, who died of something. He should have been cured of. The boy's about to cry when he looks up and he sees vapor trails up in the sky. Sirens wail and he don't know why. Vapor trails and the rockets red glare. Vapor trails, bombs bursting in the air.
Sorry, that was really distorted. I apologize for that, cheers.
Oh, but the words were great.
Oh, the words were good. That's good. 50-50. I think these settings were for the last time our band played. We're very loud and obnoxious, so I guess I'm not allowed to be loud and obnoxious by myself.
They are.
This one's called Wakey Wakey. I know you guys are awake. It's the rest of society we got to wake up.
Oh, cynical one, dust off your ideals and bring them out into the sun. Wash them in the streams of consciousness and hang them out onto the line to dry. Look it down through the light of the day, then try to convince yourself there's nothing left to say. Hey, yeah. Oh, tired one, come rest your weary bones in the sun. Wash them in the sea of camaraderie and hang out with those who let you be free. Rekindle the fire that smolders. Re-energize yourself to take the world upon your shoulders. This is our wake-up call. Wakey, wakey, one and all. Oh, sinister one, you've cast a shadow over the sun. You're drowning us in your sea of light. Is it any wonder why you're so despised? You stole your power, now you want to steal the world. Are we helpless as this nightmare unfolds? This is our wake-up call. Wakey, wakey, one and all. This is our wake-up call. This is our wake-up call. Wakey, wakey, one and all.
Mike's just doing some technical adjustments here. I'd like to thank Mike Tully. He's always where things need to be sounding good. He's always making them sound good. And Edmonton's so lucky to have him.
Yeah.
Ooh. There we go. It's a little sweeter. All right, okay. This one's called The Rest of Us, and I wrote this thinking about how even the idiots you come across in the bar that want to talk politics while they're drunk, and usually they're right-wing idiots, actually, when it comes down to it, we're all pretty much the same, and it's about just getting together and talking about what we have in common and not what we have in difference. Maybe that will bring us all closer together to peace, bringing peace in this world. It's called The Rest of Us.
Someone with more than you, always someone with less. Put you somewhere in the middle of it all, I guess, in the middle, with the rest of us in the middle of this wobbly, knobbly mass of humanity, along with the rest of us. someone in more ecstasy. Always someone in more pain. And while you're sitting here right next to me, I'll tell you once again, that puts you in the middle with the rest of us in the middle of this singing, drinking mass of humanity, along with the rest of us, the rest of us. Say you want to climb that ladder to the top. Say I'm tired of holding it up. One day we'll walk away and watch it fall away. We'll lay it flat to bridge the gap between the rest of us. Now we know how each other thinks. Come on, let's have one more drink. We are common people and are found. We can always find some common ground in the middle with the rest of us in the middle of this wobbly, knobbly mass in the middle of this singing, drinking mass in the middle of this huddling, cuddling mass with the rest of us, along with the rest of us, the rest of us. I think by the end of this set, I'm going to finally get the guitar sound in here. That's better. Remember, when you resist and rebel, have fun doing it. Do the dance of resistance. Here we are, we're taking a stand, taking control of the future into our own hands. Everybody do the dance, dance of resistance. So this is what it's like to go on strike, fighting for public services and workers' rights. Everybody on the picket lines, do the dance of resistance. Now put your hand up in the air, wave around, 'cause you really can. Now put your hand up in the air, jump around, 'cause you really can. So here we are, we're in the streets, and we're marching for humanity, we're marching for peace. We are biological weapons of mass disruption, doing the dance of resistance.
I got one more short one. I got to explain this one a little bit. It's called "The Ballot Box is Killing Democracy." And I don't really believe that, but what it is a bit of a wake-up call to say, hey, democracy goes way beyond putting that piece of paper in the box every few years and then running away and hiding. Democracy should happen every day, as it is today. And remember that you can make more changes through your actions as a worker and as a citizen than you probably can do at the ballot box. All right. Thanks a lot for listening. Enjoy the rest of the evening. Thanks a lot for putting on this event. Is killing democracy, cause we're told it's all democracy road. Once in a while with a frown or a smile, well, some of us go with the votes. There's cheers or there's tears, depending on which capitalist wins. Wait a few years, turn around and do it all again. You can't change the world from a seat in government. No, you can't change the world from behind closed doors. But you can change the world from the streets and the pavement. And you can change the world from the shop floor. The emperor's got no clothes. Naked aggression is all he knows. The emperor's got no clothes. Just naked aggression. Between ballot boxing rounds, the people go to sleep. Well, some are bored, most are ignored, some are led to slaughter like sheep. Oh, when will the crowd figure it out? When will they stand up and shout? The emperor's got no clothes. Naked aggression is all he knows. The emperor's got no clothes. Just naked aggression. Oh, when will the crowd figure it out? When will they stand up and shout? Oh, when will the crowd figure it out? When will they stand up and shout? The emperor's got no clothes. Naked aggression is all he knows. The emperor's got no clothes. Just naked aggression. The emperor's got no clothes. Naked aggression is all he knows. The emperor's got no clothes. Just naked aggression. Thanks again to Mike for doing the sound. Thanks for listening, and let's keep fighting for peace wherever we can. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Guy Smith, thank you very much. Okay, now we're going to mix it up again, back to the intellectual stuff, and hopefully some of your heart as well. Our next speaker is a former board member of the Canadian Islamic Centre and the present vice principal of Edmonton Islamic Academy. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Walid Najmuddin. Is this the right mic?
I'd like to first thank the organizers of this event.
Anybody hear me?
Okay. I'd like to thank the organizers, first of all, for inviting me to speak at this event. I think it's an important event to, especially on this day. This day has a lot of significance for people of all faiths. It has particular importance to Muslims, not in that Muslims have a special attachment to the date, but it's sort of been forced upon us that it is an important date. Unfortunately, it has no significance for us other than some of the events that occurred 5 years ago today in the name of Islam, allegedly. So what I wanted to do is, in this short time that I have, just give a brief overview as to what Islam is all about. What do we believe in? What does Islam preach? First of all, Islam, the word itself means submission. It is an Arabic word. The word means submission. And in the religious sense, it means submission to the will of God. A Muslim is a person who follows the teachings of Islam in practice in their daily life. And Islam is unique among faiths in the world in that it is not named after a person or a tribe of people or an area of the world. It is named after an ideal or an ideology of submission to the will of God. And it is a universal faith in that it is not specific or exclusive to a certain group of people or their faith or a race of people or an ethnic background. It is relevant to all times and places and all people in human history. And just as a note, many people think that Islam is a religion of Arabs. It is true that it spread through the influence of Arabs, but the Arabs in the Muslim world are really a minority, making up about 20% of the Muslim world. The largest Muslim country in the world is actually Indonesia, who are not native Arab speakers. So as I said, Islam is a submission to God. So in the sense, when we look at the word Islam and that the ideal of submitting our wills to God's will, this in itself shows that God not being unjust or violent, teaching peace among human beings. Islam is a faith that teaches the follower to achieve peace in themselves, between themselves and God, and between them and other people, through the following or the practice of that faith. And I wanted to impress upon all of you today that Islam has been a contributor to human history, human civilization, development of civilization for well over 1400 years. It is not a cult. It could not be a cult. With 1.5 billion followers in the world, a quarter almost of the world's population, it is very unlikely that all of these people are fooled or are misled or are following an extreme ideology. People in general do not lean towards extremism. People lean towards balance and coexistence peacefully. So Islam, as I said earlier, contributed greatly to the development of civilization, and Muslims today continue to contribute in all parts of the world. We are attached to God in our daily lives. We practice, and what I wanted to impress upon you mostly, more than anything, is that Islam is not merely a religious belief that we reserve for a certain day of the week. Islam is really a way of life, and it encompasses all parts of our daily life. So it could, in some religious circles, people could say that, well, religion and politics should not mix. For Islam, we do not make this distinction, because we need to have guidance in what we do, whether it is in business, in economics, in social interactions between us, between each other as Muslims, with other people of other faiths, in political spheres. Our faith teaches us how to deal with each other in the most beneficial or mutually beneficial way possible. and in a peaceful way as possible. So Islam really is a way of life and is not a religion, so to speak, that is reserved for one day of the week, or is kept private and separate from our daily lives. Islam, I started saying earlier, really contributed to bringing Europe or Western civilization out of the Dark Ages. The Dark Ages in Europe were a time of ignorance for many centuries, and if it were not for the preservation of Greek and Roman philosophy and thinking by the Muslims of the golden era of Islamic civilization, this knowledge would have been lost. It was taken by the Arabs, translated into Arabic, preserved, developed, and brought back into Europe through religious scholars and philosophers in Spain and in parts of Italy, and really sparked humanist type thinking in the which brought upon the Renaissance in Europe. Many advancements in science, in astronomy, in medicine, mathematics would not have been possible were it not for the development and contribution of Muslim scholars during those times. Islam, as I said, is a religion of peace, and it preaches peace. But peace cannot be achieved if there is no justice in society. And Islam is definitely about preservation of justice, the rights of the individual, and the rights of people as a whole. And without prosperity, there can also be no peace. Without hope, there cannot be peace. And Islam is a religion or a way of life that teaches us a way to achieve those things. Prosperity in this life, to have a direct connection with one who created us, and on a daily basis being in contact with that Creator without any intercessor between us and God. And God is always near to us. And without the divine guidance to human beings, we really would be left in darkness. So justice, as I mentioned earlier, is key. And this is something that many people recognize. Without justice, there cannot be peace. Justice in protection of people's rights, and also in the sharing of wealth. A pillar of Islam is what we call zakah, or almsgiving. It is a requirement of Muslims with wealth, which has reached a certain level. It is a right upon the wealthy that the poor have. In Islam, the poor have rights in the wealth of the wealthy. It is not a matter of a feeling of kindness that we decide we're going to be generous and help out a poor person and I give them a handout. Charity in Islam is not about handouts. Charity in Islam and sharing of wealth is about bringing those who have little, up to the level where they can provide for themselves. And zakat, or almsgiving, charity in Islam, is really about making a balance in our society where many people are blessed with wealth. And Islam is not against wealth, by the way. Wealth is a good thing as long as it's gained by proper means and it's spent in proper ways. But there are always going to be those who, at one time or another, are not fortunate and they do not have the basic necessities of life. So Islam, as a faith, commands that the wealthy share their wealth with those who need it. Not in the sense of a handout, but in the sense of really developing their ability to provide for themselves so that they can have honor and an existence in the society that is respectable, just like everyone else. So I don't have much time anyway, so I can't speak too long. I just wanted to say that it is really important for each and every one of you, if you do not know that much about Islam or Muslims, to first of all turn off the TV and the radio and go meet a Muslim. If you want to meet me, I'll hang around for a while afterwards. But more than that, go out of your way to actually meet Muslims, talk to them, ask them about their faith. Go to a mosque, The doors are open 24/7, literally, because we pray 5 times a day in congregation, which might seem, extreme, but we pray 5 times a day, and it is very common. Mosques are some of the busiest buildings in our community. There is always somebody there. Phone your local mosque. Ask to come and visit. You will find us very welcoming. Any question is fair game. You can't ask us something that we haven't heard already. You can't offend us. We've heard it all. Come to the mosques. Come to your local Islamic community members. Talk to them. Get to know them. Because from ignorance comes fear, and we want to take the fear out of dates like today, for today and from now on and into the future. So I would like to say again, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Thank you, Waleed. Waleed Najmuddin. Okay, our next speaker is a former religious studies scholar, a professor at the University of Alberta, a former minister at Robertson Wesley United Church, which I must say has been extremely politically active, or I should say socially active with social justice and very much concerned with equality. He is also a current active member with the Mahatma Gandhi Foundation in Edmonton, and a member of the Alberta Liberals. In fact, he is, if you live in Glenora, he is your MLA. Ladies and gentlemen, the Reverend Bruce Miller.
Thank you very much. It's a privilege to be here on this day, 9/11. But I'm not going to talk about 9/11. I'm sure you've had your fill of stories and reminiscences and the commemoration of 9/11. There's another reason why this day is important, and I want to talk about that. And that is that something really important happened 100 years ago today, on 9/11/1906. So I want to take you there, to South Africa. The Legislative Council of the Transvaal in South Africa introduced a terrible bill in their parliament requiring the registration of all Indians, including women and children, who would be fingerprinted and forced always to carry around with them identification cards, identifying them as being from India. A young British-trained lawyer from India, N.K. Gandhi, reacted quite negatively to this legislative action. He called it abominable. He called it criminal. And he labeled this legislation the Black Act. On September 11th, 1906, Gandhi organized a mass meeting in which 3,000 people attended in the old Empire Theatre in Johannesburg. And it was packed from the floor to the ceiling. Now, I don't know whether you've seen the movie Gandhi, starring Ben Kingsley, the Richard Attenborough production. It's an excellent movie to watch. And at the beginning of this movie, this particular incident is portrayed. And you see this theater of 3,000 people filled to capacity. In that theater that evening, they passed a resolution not to submit to the ordinance, to this law, and to suffer all the penalties attaching to such non-submission. So various people spoke in support of not submitting to the ordinance. And then an old and experienced resident of South Africa stood up, and at the end of his speech, he solemnly declared, in the name of God, that he would not submit to this law. And Gandhi immediately saw the significance of this solemn oath, and he began to warn people that if they took this oath, they would have to be prepared to suffer the consequences. Gandhi said, and this is a quote from his speech, 100 years ago today, we might have to go to jail where we might be insulted. We might have to go hungry and suffer extreme heat or cold. Hard labor might be imposed upon us. We might be flogged by rude wardens. We might be fined heavily, and our property might be attacked and held up to auction if there are only a few resistors left. Opulent today, we might be reduced to abject poverty tomorrow. We might be deported, suffering from starvation and similar hardships in jail. Some of us might fall ill and die. But I can boldly declare, and with certainty, that so long as there is even a handful of men true to their pledge, there can only be one end to the struggle, and that is victory. And so, one by one, everyone in that theater, 3,000, stood up and took an oath not to submit to that black act. And that, my friends, was the beginning of Satyagraha. That was the first movement of Satyagraha 100 years ago today. Gandhi, at first he called it passive resistance, but then he changed the term because passive resistance was an English phrase, and certainly there was nothing passive in the kind of resistance that they acted out against the South African regime and later in India against the British. So someone suggested to him the word Satyagraha, meaning firmness in a good cause. Gandhi liked the word, but he changed it to Satyagraha. Satya means truth, and for Gandhi, truth is always associated with love, ahimsa. Truth is love. And agraha meant firmness or force. So it's the force which is born of truth. Or Satyagraha means simply hold fast to the truth, which is ahimsa, love, which is nonviolence. So my friends, there are two opposite traditions in human history. There's the way of violence and war, which we are all familiar with. 9/11 and the war on terror, Afghanistan, Iraq. And we can trace the history of violence and war back through history. The 20th century was probably the bloodiest century ever, with two great world wars, with Auschwitz and Hiroshima and Nagasaki. More people were killed during that century than all the centuries before. So we are familiar with the way of violence and the way of war. But there's another tradition, another history, a parallel history, the way of nonviolence. Now, a couple of years ago, our Gandhi Foundation sponsored the visit to Edmonton of Mahatma Gandhi's grandson, Rajmohan Gandhi. And he has written a lot of books about the history of India, and he points out very concretely this other tradition, this parallel tradition of nonviolence. I mean, India has seen its share of violence. When empire after empire was established in India, and many people have lost their lives, when there's so much violence between religions, especially Hindus and Muslims in India. But Rajmohan Gandhi points out that there's another tradition in India which we must learn from. And it began in the 6th century BCE with Mahavira, the founder of Jainism, introducing nonviolence into India. It began with the preaching of Gautama the Buddha in the 6th century BCE. And so many figures throughout Indian history, King Ashoka, King Akbar, the great Muslim emperor who brought all the religions together, trying to establish an empire on the basis of peace. And then finally Mahatma Gandhi. They all proclaimed that there's another way. There's the way of nonviolence, the way of peace, which the world desperately needs to put into practice today. But for me, the beginning of my own journey to explore the teachings of Gandhi and to commit myself to the peace tradition, my own journey began on April 4th, 1967, when I was a young student in New York City, a Canadian studying theology at a seminary in New York. I heard that nearby where the seminary was, there was going to be a major speech by Martin Luther King Jr. And I was a young student and very impressionable. And as a Canadian, I wasn't that much involved in peace, in demonstrations. I felt that the Vietnam War was not my war, and the civil rights movement was not my movement, so I sort of stood aloof. But that day, I went to hear Martin Luther King Jr. speak. And of course, Martin Luther King was very much influenced by Mahatma Gandhi. And on that day, April 4th, 1967, in Riverside Church in New York, King gave a very important lecture. And I have the lecture in my hand. It's called Beyond Vietnam, A Time to Break Silence. It's the speech in which Martin Luther King came out against the war in Vietnam. Now, my friends, you could take this speech today, and you could change the word Vietnam in his speech to Iraq, and it's still a relevant speech. Martin Luther King, it was just electrifying. And for me, that was a turning point when I realized that there is another tradition, another history, and that I can orient my whole life to living out that other history. By living out of the teachings of Mahatma Gandhi, living out the teachings of Martin Luther King Jr. And they all stressed that this other way is the way of love, ahimsa. Just a few words from King. Now, I mean, some people think that when you talk about love, that's something sentimental. But King said, when I speak of love, I'm not speaking of some sentimental and weak response. I'm speaking of that force which all of the great religions have seen as the supreme unifying principle of love, of life. Love is somehow the key that unlocks the door which leads to ultimate reality. This Hindu, Muslim, Christian, Jewish, Buddhist belief about ultimate reality is beautifully summed up in the first epistle of St. John. Let us love one another, for love is God. Let us hope that this spirit will become the order of the day. We can no longer afford to worship the God of hate or bow before the altar of retaliation. The oceans of history are made turbulent by the ever-rising tides of hate. History is cluttered with the wreckage of nations and individuals that pursue this self-defeating path of hate. As Arnold Toynbee says, love is the ultimate force that makes for the saving choice of life and good against the damning choice of death and evil. Therefore, the first hope in our inventory must be the hope that love is going to have the last word. That, my friends, is the hope for the future, that love will have the last word. And Gandhi said that he was devoted to love. And some people said, well, it won't make any difference. But he said, as long as I live on this earth, I'm dedicated to ahimsa, the way of love. And we can do no better ourselves. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you, Bruce. That was the Reverend Bruce Miller. He's with the Mahatma Gandhi Foundation and the Alberta Liberals. Well, again, we're going to mix it up.
I think he's over there.
Well, tonight we have with us a man that needs no introduction, but I'm going to give him one anyway. Bill Bourne is a 3-time Juno Award winner, and we're very lucky to have him as a performer in Edmonton.
Oh, yeah.
He lives right here in our city. But we're even more fortunate to have him as a dedicated peace and social justice activist here. I don't know of too many of us that have been as involved as Bill in the last decade in this city with social justice activism. Particularly, he was involved with the Global Visions Film Festival for many years. I'm sure some of you are quite familiar with that event. Bill was often fundraising for that event, and he's loaned his talents to many causes in Edmonton that are related to social justice and peace. And tonight he's here again. So everybody, please welcome Bill Bourne.
Thank you so much, Brian. Well, hey, everybody, welcome to the, the Peace Camp. I think, maybe come November, we're going to need a teepee, a lined teepee, for comfortable, maybe some carpets in there and stuff. It'll be fine. It's an honor to be here. Oh, now to be free. Oh, yeah, yeah. All right. I want you to please welcome my good friend, Zoe Francis.
children's love is dear. Trouble all around the door. Dance and celebrate, and we don't need no trouble no more. Brothers, love is dear. Spirit come to show the way. Dance and celebrate. No matter how I love you, stop your dance.
Yeah, so I was really kind of shocked that I got it.
Dance and celebrate, my brothers, love is dear. Dance and celebrate, dance and celebrate. Dance and celebrate, my sisters, love is dear. Dance and celebrate, oh, dance and celebrate, yeah. Now dance and celebrate, the children's love is dear.
for campers over at Canada Place from now on, till there's no more hungry children and no more war. So anybody likes camping downtown, could be nice. So Zoe's gonna sing us home, as it were. So I think it's 9/11 right now, but it has been all day, so check. Thank you so much, everybody. I think it's about the time for the to walk over to Canada Place and start that whole thing going. So you all have a wonderful night and take care, and we'll see you all later. Thank you so much for supporting peace.
Thank you, Bill Bourne and Zoe Francis. All right, in just a few minutes, we are a little bit behind schedule, but not too bad actually. So in just a few minutes, we're going to light some candles. Lynette from the Edmonton Small Press Association has been kind enough to bring those by, and we're going to be lighting some candles over there in just a few minutes at that table over there. And then we're going to be heading down to Canada Place over there. But first, we have one more speaker and a couple other things to talk about here. I'll talk about the event in general terms here in just a couple of minutes. Our final speaker for this portion of the evening, however, is a man named Joseph Lurie. Now, Joseph is the former Secretary General of the Sudanese Canadian Community Association in Edmonton, and we're lucky to have him here. I think this is a good event in a lot of ways, because we're bringing together people who've experienced war in their home countries from around the world. We're bringing those people together. We're bringing people together here from different walks of life who have different perspectives on peace. We don't have any advocates for war here tonight, which would have perhaps made it a little bit more interesting. But sorry, we just couldn't bring George Bush over. So you're stuck with just the hippies and the peace activists. But anyways, Joseph Lurie is currently the president of the Federation of African Communities Association in Edmonton, and I'd like you all to welcome him warmly now. Joseph Lurie.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers as well as the participants, and I warn us with one voice to say, peace to the world, peace to the world, peace to the world. This is a very important occasion because the world has been infested all over by a few who have brought a lot of suffering on innocent people. This suffering has resulted into conflicts. It has resulted into wars, and this culture of violence has continued to go around and around. This culture of violence developed as a result of greed by leaders, greed by governments, as a result of corruption by leaders who want to enrich themselves, corruption through the deprivation of the common people. It came as a result of abuse, an abuse that classifies people as first-class citizens and second-class citizens. It came as a result of intolerance, religious intolerance, and no distinction between religion and state. It is in this perspective today that I'm addressing you as a citizen from the Sudan in Canada, that the Sudan attained independence in 1956. And out of the 50 years of its independence, it has only had a relative peace from 1972 to 1983. That is only 11 years of peace. All the years up to 2005, and even as we speak now, has been years of violence. Now you can see how peace is a very precious commodity, but so lacking in several areas. Now peace has only been lacking because violence has been imposed by a minority segment in the population. And when the majority of the people who are oppressed rise, then violence will be put to an end. And for violence to end, so that no more conflicts emerge, so that no chronic conflicts continues to go on, we demand a free world. We need a world of tolerance and diplomacy. We need a world of caring leaders where peace is given a chance. We need and demand a fair sharing of resources. We need and demand a provision of adequate and equal services when we are all treated as equals and our leaders serve us. They are not people who lead us into corruption. They are not people who help themselves, but they help serve us. We will all be peaceful. But I want to assure you that peace is a very dear commodity, and it is very rare. And for some of us who enjoy peace, sometimes we do not realize that even this peace is lacking in several areas, and it is so precious. And I thank you very much this evening for taking all this time to give yourself a chance to support peace. May peace begin from the bottom of your heart. May peace begin from your house. And may we go throughout preaching the concept of peace so that the world is liberated by the minority that have stood today to let this concept develop into a large and everlasting, a victorious way of solving differences. May God bless you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joseph Lurie from the Federation of African Communities Association in Edmonton. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, in just a minute here, we're going to have a procession over to Canada Place, where we're going to launch the current inauguration of the Earth Peace Camp. Right now, however, we're going to have a minute of silence. It's no longer 9/11 exactly. We're a few minutes late, but in commemoration of the event 9/11, we're going to have a minute of silence to remember not just the victims of that day 5 years ago, but the victims of war everywhere in the world, the victims of imperialism everywhere in the world, the victims of colonization here in Canada. I work at the Bissell Center myself, and I see the results of that colonialism every day there. And we're going to have a minute of silence for the victims of environmental degradation. Unfortunately, there may be many more of those in the years ahead. So everybody please, a minute of silence. A minute of silence, please. Okay, everybody, if you could all please head over to the table over there and see Lynette from the Edmonton Small Press Association and light a candle. When everybody's ready, Joseph Lurie is going to honor us all by leading the procession over to Canada Place, and we'll continue over there, and this will be the inauguration of Earth Peace Camp. Okay, everybody over to the table over there and light a candle.
Okay.
Okay, guys. Here we go. It's not going to work very good, eh? Your light. No, I got night shot. You got special night? Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh, this camera is top of the line when it came out. Yeah, we're getting it.
And I'd also want to thank everybody from all the community groups that agreed to speak today. I'm amazed at how many people decided to get on board with this, from some very wonderful, very, I would say, distinguished, incredible groups and I think that's because we all have something in common here. We all want peace. We all are part of a society that treasures peace, being Canadians. And that's what brought us here. That's what brought us together. I also want to thank Avril and Brian for emceeing today. And I think they did a great job. I also want to thank Avril for kind of taking over running the rally for me. She thought she was just going to be emceeing, but she ended up doing a lot more. And I especially want to thank our creator. I know not all of you actually have this kind of faith that I do, but I want to thank our Creator for giving us the opportunity to experience this life. And I hope that we can continue to push for peace so that everybody has this opportunity. This is something that we have to treasure. So, I guess without any further ado, perhaps Joseph can lead us over to Canada Place. Thanks very much.
Don't worry about it. Thank you. Can I ask you a favor? Just hold on to my Sears bag for me, because it's a little hard to read it.
Okay.
Oh.
No, I've got it. Cool.
Oh, okay. So let me put this down.
Oh, no.
It's okay. We'll just...
The wind is, I swear, I think it's really being visited by some evil meteors.
Don't worry about it. I just, Moloch, yes, it's 40-foot stone owl in
Oh my
Bohemian
gosh.
Grove, right?
Bohemian Grove, yes. Oh my goodness.
Well, let's just go over here. You can set everything down on the bench.
Oh, that's okay. I can just walk it for Oh, it's getting weird. Oh, I can't believe it. It's not working.
Okay, it's all right. It's okay. You can give me a hand with that. Here.
But I really can't believe like what they did. That is like the state martial law in Canada right now. Pretty well. We don't have army guys yet.
Oh, yeah.
I think they would
This has been going on for a long time. Throughout the middle. Oh, lovely rain. Yeah, I've got the backpack thing so we can work on that.
Oh.
Okay, hold on.
Okay. There we go.
Okay.
Do you want me to grab yours? But
Oh.
we got rain now. Oh, great.
I'm not going to worry about. Oh, it's okay. I'm not going to worry about the candles. More importantly, is this just getting a videotape and. You know, it's just really all these icons. Like you look at this Masonic temple over there, and you know nobody really understands what that means and what that is. It's just, and then, but there's people are showing up. They're starting to say, hey, whoa.
Slowly waking up. Yeah, slowly woke up. The journey that I'll never forget.
Let's hope that maybe sometime in the near future here that we'll get a lot more people waking up.
I bet how many everybody I know. Yeah, at least tell 2 people. I hope more than that, so I hope. No. I made a trip to
Yes, the all capital letter names, the corporations.
Grandma's all excited.
What do we want? Peace! What do we want? Now! What do we want? Peace! What do we want? Now! What do we want? Peace! What do we want? Now! What do we want? Peace! What do we want? Now! Give me all your. You have to earn.
See, that says the government of Canada. And it's interesting that there's nobody here from the government of Canada with us. Interesting. Do they believe in peace?
Oh, check out the pyramids too.
Where?
Pyramids everywhere.
Oh yeah, the whole thing is a Masonic temple. Yeah, all these little pyramids, and I'm surprised they don't have gargoyles on them, Yeah. Canada flag.
society.
The only problem is people think they belong to a Canadian society, and there's no such thing.
Yeah, I think I'm a citizen of the world, just not of any other.
Well, only persons can be part of that society because it only deals in fiction.
I wish I could get out of it. Here's my birth certificate. Here's my bank card. Here's my healthcare card.
Well, actually, you don't want to do that.
Yeah.
What you want to do is you want to get control over those entities. Instead of them using them to control you, you gain control over them. See, they're all in the basement. No, that's where they are, truly. They're a de facto government, totally bankrupt, and they're trying to take us down with them. And they sold us out, R.B. Bennett sold us out. Well, you can't possibly be part of Canada because Canada is a fiction. It's just something drawn on a map somewhere.
Yeah, all governmental corporations, and we're just like...
We only live where we live is we live on the earth.
That's right. This is my planet. This is your planet.
Last time I checked, you didn't see the creator come out of the sky and call this place Canada.
Yeah, exactly. He called them nations, but he didn't, I don't know what that meant either.
Nation comes from the Latin word natio, which means birth. And the word coronation, the word choral, means person or actor / singer. And that's why the queen has her coronation. It's the birth of a person. And then every...
No, the best book we ever had. Oh yeah, and so I guess I'll mention just before we do this, he founded the Peace Camp in 1991 during the first Gulf War. And so in a way we've come full circle. We're back at the place, in the spot, in the action, the site of the spot, the action, where, you know what I'm saying, where it started. And if it hadn't been for the inspiration that took her, Angela, his widow, and Morella Zipone, who was also part of Eco City and died tragically in a car accident on her way to Tooker's Memorial, wasn't for the example that they showed me, I wouldn't have been an activist at all. I probably would have been a hardcore capitalist, just like I was when I met him. But they changed my life for the better, and I don't have much money, and I don't drive a car, and I ride a bike, and it's all because of them. Now, I got an email here a couple days ago from Angela in regards to this action, and she said that she was very happy about this and that she sends her love to all of us. So let's just pause a moment and remember Tucker and Morella too. Thanks, everybody. Let's head on over to the park.
Really? Yeah, that's kind of synonymous. Yeah. No, it's synonymous. Same thing? Yeah. It's like why? Yeah?
Oh, there she is. Look at her.
Well, come on over. Don't be shy.
I'll find Sean here.
Don't be afraid to ask for a cookie.
And if you're dressed up, there's even rocks to sit on.
I'm putting the cookies partway on there. They need to put them on there. I can slap one in. Oh, yeah.
Where's Mr. Welling?
Right here.
Hi, everybody. I just wanted to say that for me, events like this are made much more significant when they become personal. It's very good to have the opportunity to hear people do speeches, if those people are sincere and have an experience that they want to share about the overall idea of peace and, you know, why we're all here. But I think after you've been to enough events over the years, those kinds of aspects, well, they just don't mean quite as much as what you feel when you get together in a circle like this, and you just have the opportunity to share your own personal feelings about what you think about what's going on in the world, how it relates to your own life maybe.
that's where it really hits home for me. And so I thought it might be nice for all of you to have a chance to say what you might want to share, instead of leaving it to somebody else to speak. So for myself, I wanted to say that just being able to connect with other people that feel the same way as I do, that's the most important part. We can go to rallies, we can hear speeches, but when we get to connect with people, that's what really counts, and that's what makes the lasting impression, and that's what changes people's lives. So I would welcome you all to get to know each other and share what's going on in your heart and in your mind tonight in the context of world peace and in the context of treating the planet with a little more respect.
So did you want to, would you be interested in having the, well, I'm just going to talk like this. One thing that I think is a good idea in smaller circles, and it may well work here, is giving everybody a chance to share what they'd like to by just passing the talking feather around, or we could make the talking feather the actual megaphone if you have a quiet voice and you're not as loud as me. Would you guys be interested in that?
Sure.
Yeah? Somebody have something they want to share?
Sure, I'll go for it. I don't need the megaphone. That's all I know is being loud. This camp when they had it here back in 1991, and it was very interesting. Everyone there was obviously committed to making a statement. The statement was, we didn't agree with the way the war was. Now, some people would feel that we're just a small voice in the world, but there's the quote by the famous Margaret Mead that never doubt that the one voice doesn't have a lot of power, because sometimes it's the only voice that ever does. It's the only voice that ever creates change. If you don't speak to people, people will never find out. And it's as simple as starting a conversation on the bus or in an elevator. In some of the most awkward human situations to break the ice, and you'd be surprised how happy people are just to talk about something, even if they disagree. Now, I don't have really any experience in this area that I'm about to mention, but there's a fellow here from Sudan, and there's some people here from Falun Gong, and I know there's horrible atrocities that are going on with these people's friends and in their countries, things that we've never seen in our eyes here in Canada. And if we saw some of those things here in Canada, there'd be a lot more people at this gathering. But I think the point is that what we're striving for is that we don't have to see these things to make change. That we can take these gatherings that are personal, that make us feel, and even if we just talk to that one person down the street, that little old lady, or that old man, or that little girl, or the little boy, or the neighbor that we just think is a total weirdo, and we just take a few seconds to talk to those people. And it doesn't have to be a political statement. It doesn't have to be anything highfalutin and fancy. It's just taking time out to share with people. I think that's one of the most important things to achieving world peace, is that we start to recognize each other and reach out to each other. I think it's more important now in the world than it ever has, because I see ourselves becoming more and more isolated with cell phones, with the internet, and technology is great, but we're not using it fully to our advantage. And I think it's more important that we use our voices. It's personal, and it brings in emotion. So I hope everyone here tonight takes a chance to talk to someone that they may have in the back of their mind and thinking that they should talk to, and they've just never taken that chance. Just share some of your peace and love. Just throw some unconditional love out there. Don't expect anything except the taking the chance to say something to you. You'll be surprised what kind of flower may you go for.
Thanks, Dennis. Would anybody else like to share something?
I just want to say that doing something like this is a really positive way for everybody to get together. And when it's something that's not so esoteric or specific to one certain group, it really represents people coming together in an actual attempt for peace, you know? To show that 2 people, 3 people, a group of people don't necessarily share in all the same political backgrounds, racial backgrounds, all that stuff is coming together for a common goal. And then that is the true instigator. It's respect between the people. And that is, at the end, you know, and not everybody is doing everything. But something that we share, that is the task to take this and turn it into building blocks to move into the future. And people so often take what we have in Canada and use our freedom for granted. That we don't have to suffer necessarily injustices, you know, around the world. It's not for us to take for granted. It's to use that for around the world.
Free rain. Rain free. Thank you.
Okay, so it's raining, and we're not exactly set up for camp necessarily tonight.
We can go under the lip of Canada Place there.